Hi, guys. Let me know if you guys can hear me. Uh, can somebody do a thumbs up? And can someone on YouTube, can you guys, did somebody do a thumbs up? I'm at work, so I probably won't be able to. Okay, I just got your message, Black Man. Can someone on YouTube let me know if you can hear me as well? I guess I'll just test it myself and see. Um, mhm. Honey, it's been a minute. Introducing Domino's New York style. It's been a minute since we did an X space. Hi, Golden. Damn. Test testing. Honey, it's been a minute. Okay, yeah, you guys can hear me. Thank you. Y'all need to be quick in the chat, honey. When I ask a question, I shouldn't have to wait no more than a minute. It's like yes, no. Sounds good. Thank you guys. Y'all, everybody's slacking. I know it's been a minute since I held the space, and I did send the judge. You know, it takes him a minute to come on. Let me tell people to tune in on YouTube. Tune in. Because we got to talk about this goddamn Chitlin Circuit. It's a circus down in Chicago, inside that DNC convention. You got Little John, you got a DJ, you got Patti LaBelle, you got Common. They putting on a party with no policy. Ooh, that's good. Party with no policy. Let's see, DNC convention. DNC convention. All right. Post party with no policy. Guys, everybody on YouTube, please like and share. And please repost this space here. There's a whole bunch of other spaces going on. And wait for the judge to come in. Because this is technically his space. I just facilitated for him. And we was on hiatus, but we will not be holding a space next week because he's going out of town. So if anybody want to come up now and talk and speak, you can until we like really get into it. What is this? What is this? What is this? Damn. I have a lot of numbers that I. Oh, here we go again. What is this? Let me see. Hello?
Hello there.
I sent you the link. Did you get it?
Let me check. I'm sitting here in front of the phone waiting on it.
Yeah, your phone keeps going to voicemail.
I know. I had it on Do Not Disturb. I was doing a brief thing for 35 minutes on the movie that's premiering.
Oh. Yeah. So do you see it?
Okay, I got it.
Okay. All right.
All right, cool.
I started already, so hop on. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Cool.
All right. So he'll be up shortly. What is this? Okay, I need to share this out to. No, I did share it out. I guess I'll retweet it as well. This is just a little bit of pre yeah, all right, tweet. Hi, G Rich. Yeah, so this is just some stuff I need to get. Catalia, what do you call it? Housekeeping right now. All right, audio is good. Yeah. I had changed. Damn, they fighting? No, I don't think this is in Chicago. This is in DC, Drive Shack. So I had changed the title because at first the first title was White House or the Doghouse. But I changed it to the DNC Chitlin Circuit, honey, because that's what we're witnessing right now. All these people in that convention, and I have some notes. They have the abortion clinic, the Planned Parenthood trailer for people who want to schedule an abortion. Um, of course, Roly Poly, he got his ass up in there with his janky audio. You have these different protests going on, and I think each day go on, the protests are going to get bigger and bigger because I did see a screenshot today, and it seemed like the protest is more people out there protesting. A friend of mine who lives in Chicago, he was saying how the it wasn't a lot of people, how it wasn't as much as they're making it seem. It was really the cameras and the news media making it seem like it was a lot, but I think it's more now. They're also giving, vasectomies. Yeah. So it's a lot of bullshit. So I was doing a compare and contrast between the DNC and the RNC. Even though the RNC looked more boring, what it was business. You saw our democracy taking place, the republic, you know, and what you see here with the DNC convention, you see a damn party, a club. So two completely contrasts. Yes, bread and circus. Julius Caesar have said this centuries ago during the Roman Empire. Give them bread and circus, and we could do what we could make whatever laws and rules and regulations. Distract the people with bread and circus. That's why they built the Colosseum and had these gladiators fighting who were actually slaves, had them fighting to entertain people so that the people that was controlling the Senate and the Republic, could create laws, gain power, gain wealth, or whatever. And that's exactly what's going on here. So I'm not saying that Republicans are so much better than the Democrats, even though they're better when it comes to preserving this republic, preserving our constitution. This bullshit here, they are throwing bread and circus at you so that they can turn this country into a communist country. I'm sorry. Because you got Little John. They did the roll call. They're doing a roll call tonight. And I thought that would have been first night on Monday, but they did the roll call tonight. We got Suave, Barack Obama, Michelle Obama speaking tonight. But during a roll call, they had a DJ on stage, and each state they have a theme song of a celebrity, a famous celebrity that came out of that state. Georgia, honey, they had Little John rapping, coming down the steps, talking about something, turn up for what? I'm like, really? And I feel so embarrassed being from New Jersey, because when it was New Jersey time to pass their delegates over to give their delegates, they had the governor, and then they had some goddamn transgender woman. My pronouns are she, her, and it's a man in a dress. I'm like, ain't this something? Like, why you know what I'm saying? Why they gotta be my state doing that dumb shit? But it's pure buffoonery. So the DNC 2024 Chicago is a chitlin circuit. Her whole campaign, Kamala and Walt's campaign, is a chitlin circuit. And that is what we're going to talk about. And anything else you guys want to bring up and mention on the floor. I do want to talk about that bus driver from New Jersey. I need to do an update. Is he still locked up, or did somebody make bail for him? Because he needs to make bail. Somebody need to bail him out because he's a hero. That Newark, New Jersey bus driver riding that New Jersey Transit bus is a hero. Hi, Josh. How are you?
Hello there. I was just doing a promo for a movie. It's going to be a series that I'm in. It's premiering next week in Baltimore. It's called The Forbidden, The Affair. It's an interesting thing. There's a love affair that develops, but it's in the context of a lot bigger picture that involves organized crime, life, homicide, drug sales, you name it. It's interesting. I started off with a cameo part and I wound up being the godfather of the crime syndicate in the area. So it's interesting. Check
It
it out.
sounds interesting. Well, when you get the information, pass it on so people can retweet, repost, and stuff like that.
Okay.
Well, I changed the title. The first title was White House to the White House or Dog House, right? No, it was Who's Going to the White House or the Dog House. I changed that shit. I changed it to hashtag DNC 2024 Chicago Chitlin Circuit because
Did you see it? Yeah.
so did you that's why I was calling you. I said call me. It kept going straight to voicemail. Did you see the roll call? They had a DJ on the stage, and each state they had a theme song, whether it was rap, rock and roll. When they called Georgia, our favorite state, you had Little John the rapper talking about something. Turn up for what? Turn down for what? Coming down the stairs, rapping. It's a buffoonery.
Well, that's basically what they're trying to push this year. Sometimes they do actually have a platform and a campaign, but what they're trying to hide is what they're really trying to do. If you look at it back off, it makes no sense until you get deeper into it. And they've got an objective that has nothing to do with politics. You see what they had an episode on Fear Factor, and they had these people, two girls and two guys, and what they had to do is they had to drink horse sperm or horse seminal fluid, and they each threw up when they got through doing it, and they also had to drink urine from a mule, I think it was, on this. And that was a fad back when, and it seems the vice presidential candidate, Waltz, had to get his stomach pumped because he decided to go along with the stunt. And then we see him dancing with his shirt tied in a knot with all of his midriff out as he's prancing around doing a very effeminate line dance. And you get into this other thing and you start wondering what this is all about. It's like, really?
Can you hear
Is
me?
that where we? Yeah, I hear you.
Okay.
It's like, is this where we're going with this thing? What time is this? This is like, I've been saying it. The more I see it, the more it sinks in as a reality. This has got to do with a cult. This is something else. They're trying to impose a new faith on this country. Because why would we let in all these illegals? It doesn't do anything with the economy. It helps generate inflation. It takes away jobs from American citizens. It absorbs the necessary financing that is needed for adequate medical care. It does a great deal to disrupt the school system, politics. All of us have to go back and get a new driver's license with a star in it because California and New York and a few other places decided they were going to give illegal aliens driver's licenses. So now the driver's license that once used to be a way to establish your residency someplace, your citizenship, and who you are now is useless. I mean, we have to get licenses and ID to buy whiskey, to go in certain places, to get on certain contrivances. And yet we aren't supposed to need these things to vote. what is this going on? Who's trying to run game on us? It doesn't make any sense until you get into they're trying to do something else.
Right.
But anyway,
Well,
I'll reserve my comment till later.
Yeah, so a couple more things before I open it up for people to request to come up, because I just wrote down a couple of things. Planned Parenthood, they have a Planned Parenthood truck outside the DNC, so I guess people could make their abortion appointments or give abortion pills or birth control. California did not give their 482 delegates. They said they're passed. You got to speak on that. What is that about? They withholding their delegates. And of course, the big man, the so-called famous blackest man in America, Barack Obama, is supposed to be speaking tonight along with Michelle Obama. It's 9:00 now, so she probably start talking at 10 and he 11. And I just want to say this real quick, because I said I was doing a compare and contrast. The DNC, they got all this party, all this music. And when the RNC had their convention, I said their music selection is boring. They have the same band. And I realized that I don't think it was the organizers that intentionally wanted that band. I think the record labels wouldn't release music that they probably wanted to play, or artists probably declined to come and be a part of the RNC. So, and when you look at, the music industry in Hollywood, the type of people that is running those industries and all the stuff the demonic shit that go on, but at least I can say the RNC were about business and preserving our republic, our democracy, and the Constitution. And this bullshit here is a goddamn nightclub. So that's what I wrote down so far. So if anybody want to request to come up to speak, please do so. But I wanted to ask you, Judge, why?
May I make one last comment before we get started with everyone else? I am absolutely astonished that all of these Negroes at this convention are so happy that they've got, I guess, skin in the game. But what gets me is Obama's coming, but Obama has absolutely no black contact with the United States of America, but his white mother comes from a long American family. So I guess that's his connection. But irrespective of whether or not Harris is faking it when she says she's black, she has absolutely no ancestral connection, white, black, brown, red, yellow, of any sort with the United States of America. She is a migrant. Her parents did not come here with the intent to immigrate. They came here with academic visas for a temporary stay, and nature had its course twice because I guess they were into the Kama Sutra thing, and there was a product, and one of them was Kamala and the other one was her sister, and then they left. So it wasn't even like they intended to come here and settle. She is the migrant. And I checked, and I don't see any time in the 235-year history of the United States where there's ever been anyone, whatever her ethnicity, with so little ancestral connection to the blood of the country. It is astonishing. But anyway, I'll pass the mic.
Yeah, absolutely, because there were a couple of people. This is what I wanted to mention too. But when there were a couple of people doing a roll call, in the state's delegates, representative for the delegates, they were saying the first Black and Asian woman, first woman president, blah 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 blah. New York, Spike Lee had his ass up there, and Attorney General Letitia was there, and the governor. And when the governor was speaking, before they handed over their delegates, she mentioned Shirley Chisholm, New York being the first state to pass labor laws, and she was mentioning all of these famous politicians that came out of New York, particularly Black. Did not mention Adam Clayton Powell. How do you mention Shirley Chisholm and not Adam Clayton Powell? So the little
You
details.
do that when you're a damn fool who is an ignoramus with no concept of what your history is about.
Right. And it's those little details, which is very important, that I'm picking up on. So I just wanted to highlight that. So let me get to the first speaker. Oh, real quick. Well, I'll ask you that during the space about California withholding their delegates, but I'm gonna get to Rita. Rita in dial. I'm probably saying it wrong. Dr. Mark and Mark Carter. Go ahead, Rita.
Hello.
Hi.
From up in Alaska. I just wanted to say I'm really, really happy you're on, Judge. I have listened to you for many years, being on whether interviews on YouTube and wherever. And when you get to talking about Kamala and everything that woman has done, we need you now more than ever now to start just really ramming it home about that woman's history, bad history, heels up, all of that. She is not, and, communist, whatever, but we need more information out on her. Pardon me, for those that are not aware of what that woman has done or is capable of. I just want to say I really appreciate all you've done, sir.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Are you familiar with our Strength Through Joy program?
No.
She is campaigning heavily. We need strength through joy. But you know what's so insidiously ugly about that?
No.
From 1934 all the way up to World War II, the Nazi Party literally had a campaign called Strength Through Joy. And it reads just exactly like, or Kamala's reads just exactly like the Nazi version. And I find that just ironic. If it's a coincidence, I'm probably just typifying the rank stupidity that I'm observing, where without realizing something, they hear a phrase and they try to turn it to their advantage. And it has the most hideous significance when you get into it. Strength through joy. That was a major plan that the Nazis used to take firm and absolute control of Germany. Strength through joy. And our vice president of the United States has an identical program with the identical name, Strength Through Joy. I'll pass the mic, but thank you for that.
I don't believe
the expression of support.
I don't believe any of that's coincidence. There's so much that we're seeing and being reminded from older folks. I wish my dad was still alive. My dad fought in World War II for, and came back, made it back. And then I remember in the late 60s, I was about 10-ish, and I seen a book on his stand, light, the stand with the light on it by his recliner. It was the John Birch, pardon me, John Birch Society. And in the 2020, when we had lockdowns, I did a lot of research into them and how the anti-communist trying to make people aware. We were slipping and sliding back then in the 50s and even before. They put it right in our face as what they're doing now. Not only Kamala, but Joe and everything they do. But yeah, anything you can start ramping up, letting people be aware of that woman. She makes me gag. She is, but yet they say Trump, look what all Trump has done. And he's found either innocent or the people are lying. But look what Kamala's done. And you know a lot more than what the average person or even one that's done rabbit holes know. That's why I say I appreciate anything you can help to, for her not to get elected. And thank you again.
Thank you. Appreciate
One
it.
thing I'd like to do is be able to speak freely on forums like this, X, or any place else. And I got banned permanently from Facebook, and I've never posted anything on Facebook, but they seem to take issue with what I post on X. So that is representative of the suppression, the censorship that's going on now, which is totally un-American and it's at odds with the First Amendment.
Mhm.
You want to defund the police, you open up the borders, and there's no telling who in the devil you have let come across them, what kind of fiends you may have introduced into the country's mix. But then you want to turn around and you can't stop the drug trafficking, and you want to get rid of penalization of drug trafficking. And the reality is that guns come in crates with the kilos of the dope. So you can't stop the dope. You're bringing in more of it. You are inviting in the heavyweight movers of the dope and the violence that attends. And yet you want to disarm the citizenry.
Right. Um,
Who are
oh,
we supposed to be able to turn to and how? Inflation is absolutely ridiculous. Your medical situation is horrid. And by the way, please, when you start approaching 65, do really go take a look into what it means when you start going to Medicare and find out how much it's going to actually cost you, because Medicare for most people costs 4, 5, 8, 9, 10 times as much as what they had to pay for a group insurance plan. So we're being lied to. We get told there's 38% reduction in the price of diabetic medication. There is, but it's from a very peculiar angle. It's simply that a lot of medication needed by a lot of diabetics is no longer available because the government has snatched its support for the industry. So you simply can't buy it. And if you can't buy it, you aren't spending any money on it. So I guess it does reduce the expenses. Here in Memphis, the FBI introduced a report saying that violent crime, is dropping significantly. But we've had a local scandal because the police department has been instructed not to report violent crime. So when you go beyond what gets reported and find out what's actually happened, it's taken a drastic uplift. But here is a federal agency saying it's going down. Well, the reporting's gone down, but not the actuality. Why are we being lied to so badly?
mhm.
I pass the mic. I don't
Um,
like to think about this sometimes.
I want to go to Endile. I know I'm saying your name wrong. How do you pronounce it?
It's Indy left.
Indy left. Oh my God. Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Dana, for doing the space and bringing on the honorable, fearless Judge Joe Brown. Um, yeah, my barbecue sauce is barbecuing like it's supposed to be. So thank you for that too. Um, yeah, I just wanted to, point out a few things. I like when the lady was just speaking about her dad being a World War II veteran. I don't know if her dad is the same as my grandfather, who was a World War II veteran. He was a part of the Red Ball Express. Never got his GI Bill, but that's another story. Um, I'm sure her dad did get his GI Bill, but we won't say, what happened there. We all know. But my thing about this Kamala Harris identity, this black thing that I really don't hear a lot of people saying, and I just want to make a quick point about that. Um, her people are attesting her blackness to her dad, and I just look at it like this: her dad was able to, at the time he was attending Stanford, Martin Luther King was getting his ass whooped. So them ain't the same two kind of blacks to me. And when I bring that up in certain conversations, people get really mad at me when I say it like that, but that's the truth. So when I see them on the Edmund Pettus Bridge and shit like that. I have a problem with that. You can't be invoking certain parts of the civil rights movement that your people were never a part of. Like, I think that's really disrespectful and disingenuous. And another thing, and then I'm gonna be real brief. Um, I I'm looking at this DNC. It's already a party. I just seen Little John come out. You know, it's just really it's
Add him
real.
to the
Yeah,
list.
it's really crazy that we're not really hearing any policies or anything. And the last thing I want to speak on, and I land my plane. Um, a lot of times, black people we're always catered to about this, and maybe Judge could speak on this a little more. See if he agrees with me on this. Um, they always pander to black people about criminal justice reform. They always keep saying that, but then when you look at Joe Biden's record and what he did with his crime bills, and look at Kamala Harris, leaving people in jail for more free labor to the state and framing people and, omitting evidence that could have exonerated people. Like, are we really talking about criminal justice reform with them? Like, I mean, it's just crazy that people get angry when you try to bring that up, but these are the pillars that they try to say or cater to black people with. Like, it's really crazy to me, and I'm not falling for the shit. Like, I just can't do it. I mean, I argue with my family, and there's a lot of other issues there with healthcare, as far as them getting rid of Obamacare, but really not coming with an alternative plan. I have an issue with that. So it's just, it's just a few other things too. But I just I don't feel. I mean, I've been an independent since 2009, and I just am really not impressed or feel obligated to vote Democrat this time. I mean, maybe even maybe on the state level, like I gotta vote against somebody like Mark Robinson. I gotta do my local stuff too. But even in my local area, we got all Democrats, all blacks on the city council where I live, and they just ignore a lot of stuff and are doing, governing in a way that I can't even really support them or vote for them. So I just land my plane there just to say that I'm not really impressed with the illegal immigration. I see what that's doing to black people all over the country. And one more thing, and real quick, um, I looked at this campaign manager lady. It looks like it's Chavez from Venezuela's granddaughter. And then when I just look at socialism around the world and how poor the people are that live under socialism, and I look at what happened in Venezuela with socialism and how poor people became, it's just a testament to why capitalism is the greatest system in the world. And I'll just land right there.
Uh, we have a connection. Your grandfather was in the Red Ball Express. My father was in Red Ball Express, and he was a sergeant first class. He was at Bastogne. Uh, they were supplying Patton's move or swing up to Bastogne. All of their trucks got destroyed, so they got in the foxholes and the slit trenches, and he wound up getting awarded. Now he got out, but I tell you this: it's not so much that the program from the national level with the GI benefits was bad. It depended on where you were, because I know he put himself through college, law school, and we wound up getting at least one house financed under it. So I noticed when I researched the discrepancies from what I was hearing, it much depended upon where you were, what bank you were dealing with, or your father or grandfather happened to be dealing with as to what kind of results you got.
Well, Judge, I
But
would love to get with you in the back channel and kind of send you my grandfather's information and talk with you more about it. Maybe off here, if I could.
yeah, you can. But all I'm saying is there is another thing that needs to be looked into. It's not that see, a lot of this stuff was not universal. And my particular concern with what you're talking about is in certain areas of the country that I researched were controlled basically by the Democratic Party. Black soldiers did not get full benefits that they were entitled to. And that's a shame because they put it on the line just like everybody else did. And a lot of them didn't make it back, and a lot of them didn't come back in one piece. And that is one of the reasons that I have, after being a Democrat for a long time, I just got to the point where I couldn't stand them because of the hypocrisy and their on again, off again return to the old ways. See, that is one of the bad parts right here. This administration that's in right now, they used to be the home of the Dixiecrats. And everything that was pro black, pro Asian, pro Hispanic, pro Native American was attacked by this same group. Now, that is a legacy they still haven't overcome because what you have been seeing with this convention is not policy, not a platform. They're having song and dance, so everybody's supposed to be bug dancing and happy, and that's supposed to make up for the lack of substance. And that's what I've seen with this party. And the more my eyes get open, the more I see and the wider they get. It is very bad. That is so insulting to sit there in your administrative chair and you put this out for the public in the United States and the world to see, where you're trying to cover up for your lack of a program with song and dance. In other words, turn it into a party instead of a business matter. Now I'll pass the mic on that.
All right. So I want to go to Dr. Mark. I don't see Mark Carter up here, and I actually wanted him to be up here because, or anybody that's live in Chicago, I do see. No, I don't. I don't want to see Jack because I was hoping Mark stayed up here. Mark Carter stayed up here because I got a bone to pick with you black people in Chicago. But I'll get to that in a minute. So we're gonna go to Dr. Mark. I don't see Mark Carter anymore. Ellis, Knowledge, and Sexy Raw. And if you want to request to come up, or Sexy Raw, drop down a listener. And if you want to request to come up, you guys can request to come up. Go ahead, Dr. Mark.
Good evening, Dana. Good evening, Doctor. Good evening, Judge Joe.
Well, I do have a doctorate degree. I'll take that.
All right, I
But
know that's right. All right,
go ahead.
I may be coming in late, and it is about Kamala's ethnicity, right? And Dr. Brown, I know you've said on video that her dad, while he is Jamaican, right, and I'm half Caribbean, so I know what you're talking about. There are, white Jamaicans, there are Chinese Jamaicans, and they'll talk to you in the thick Jamaican accent, like, like they native because that's what they are. And you said that the dad identified as a Caucasian Hindu. And, you know, I understand that I think his maternal side descends from like Irish or some Caucasian, European Caucasian, and they were former slave masters. It's the other side. So one is that other side pure Indian? Because one, I do look at some pictures and I can't tell if he had an afro or not. And I know you spoke about hairstyles among our Indian, Indian people, but what I want to know is there like definitive proof that the dad identifies as a Caucasian Hindu or Indian and does not identify as black? Like, is there him saying it on tape? Is there anything that's like just
He
undeniable?
he wrote an article himself that was published in a Jamaican periodical where he gets into it. If you read the online version of it, it has been steadily cleaned up over the last 15 some years. I met him, and let me say this. He went to the Bay Area, 1964, along with his wife. And when you see the afro, you understand that that was something that was developing. And the afro that you see him wearing is not 1964, not 1965. It's at the end of 66 going on into 67 when he and his wife were not having a good time. And
Hmm.
that afro is easy enough to duplicate. And it
Okay.
was an identifier because he was hanging with the militant folk in the Bay Area.
Yeah.
And he was something of a communist. He was a socialist who was very sympathetic to the communist thing. So that was going on then. And it was go along to get along. And he was fitting in. Now, I am personally acquainted with some people I swore up and down were black until they told me they were not, including at least two that worked on my show the first year I had it.
Right.
Now, there is a book one of them gave me, and it detailed this Hindu guy who was dark skinned. They call it a Tamil Hindu. And he talked about how he got his hair treated and cut it short, and he passed for black so he could get economic assistance to go through, I think it was medical school.
Right.
That's done quite frequently. Mr. Harris, Professor Harris, indicates that he has Caucasian Irish in him. And there is another somebody, no relation as far as I know, named Brown, who owned several thousand slaves in the Caribbean area. And also there is a Hindu part of his family that's also Caucasian. Technically, what he is and what his wife was and what his daughter is an Aryan. The exact same thing that Adolf and his Nazi buddies were talking about when they said Aryan supermen. The Aryans did have a great deal to do with Europe and what happened in Germany, but they were not from the far north. They were not blonde haired. They were not blue eyed. They were swarthy, had dark hair, dark eyes, and they looked just like Kamala and her family. They
Uh-huh.
are Aryans. The technical name is Indo Aryans, but the Nazis told a lie very long and very loudly. And what is the saying? You tell a lie long enough, loud enough, and you can get anybody, including the liar, to believe it. And now we have the Aryan Brotherhood, the Aryan Nation, the resurgent Nazis, and they have this mythology of the blonde haired, blue eyed, superior people known as Aryans. And they look down on Untermensch, under people or subhumans that they're supposed to be superior to. And the interesting thing is the physical attributes they ascribe to these subhumans actually more closely match the physical appearance of the true Aryans that they're claiming kinship with. But that's how bad things can get. And you can see it on X, and probably we'll get a manifestation of it before the night is over, where somebody on here is going to cry and claim affinity to a group they actually have nothing to do with just because you acquire status by your association with that group. So, the other element you have to take into consideration is that Jamaica, the Bahamas, Barbados, Bermuda, and other places were part of the British Empire, and then they became part of the English Commonwealth, where wherever you came from, and you just talked about it. You can hear somebody speaking patois and turn around and there's somebody that's Chinese from Hong Kong or Singapore.
Right.
And you have somebody from Australia or New Zealand. You have somebody from the Fiji Island group. And by the way, they've got the kinky hair and dark, but they're not classified as black.
Correct.
And you have Kenyans and you have South Africans. You have folk
Sudanese.
from India and you have people from Pakistan. All of these people are in Jamaica because it's part of the Commonwealth and you don't need a special passport. You just go. Now, if you live in Jamaica, you do need permission to leave because that just doesn't always happen. And a lot of Jamaican citizens are not permitted to leave the island. It's not the United States, but it is what it is.
Right.
So you take a look at famous World War II units from India that were part of the British Army, and it looks like a bunch of folk out of Harlem or a black division of troops in World War II or World War One, and you can't tell because everybody is dark.
Right.
Now, that's just the reality of life, and there is this thing that Black Americans have where they think everybody that looks like them is somehow or another part of what they are about, and it's not the case. And I reiterate my particular problem here is irrespective of what Professor Harris is, he has no connection with the United States of America. No matter what Mrs. Harris was, she had no connection with the United States of America. So when you look at Kamala, whatever her race, whatever her ethnicity is, whether it's white, black, brown, red, yellow, Protestant, Jewish, Catholic, Islamic, Hindu, Buddhist, or whatever it may be, her ancestors have no connection with the United States of America at all. Her father and mother in 1964 traveled to
Dr.
the
Mark,
Bay
can you mute
Area.
up? Whatever, something is talking in your background.
Right.
Okay.
I can hear you.
They traveled to the Bay Area on academic visas to pursue postgraduate
No, I'm asking you
studies.
to mute, Dr. Mark.
Who
Mute.
Hello.
It's a TV set
Yeah,
playing in the
I'm sorry.
background.
He can't
Okay.
hear me.
That's not
Tell
me.
him. Tell.
That's not him. He says it's not him.
It is him. I just muted him. He can't hear me for some reason. Can anybody else hear me?
I hear you.
Thank you.
I hear
All
you.
right.
Just remove them.
Okay.
No, I
Anyway,
could go
what
ahead.
happens?
No.
What happens is they're there on an academic visa. 1964 in the Bay Area, you had Freedom Park and all kinds of things were going on where people were deciding they were going to tune in, turn on, and drop out. There was a nascent development of anti war stuff. There was a sensitivity to things that had developed because of the civil rights era, but civil rights was effectively dead because Johnson had gotten the Civil Rights Act passed, and there was no legal shortcoming in the legal status of this situation in the United States. All the laws were in place, essentially, and it was beginning to switch over into militants. And you got from "We Shall Overcome," you switched over quickly in a matter of months to "Burn, Baby, Burn." Now, I was out of high school, enrolled in UCLA at about the same time. So I'm very familiar with the process. It was "Burn, Baby, Burn," not "We Shall Overcome."
All right.
And that was the atmosphere. So everything needs to be taken in that context. But right now, there is a confusion, a cloud where we're thinking Martin Luther King and everybody holding hands and marching down the street while they're getting set on by rabid Democratic controlled Southern police and some Democrat Southern sheriff. That's not what was going on then. It had changed. So, with that understanding, I passed the mic.
All right. I
I
want to
just want
go.
to add one thing. Back to the argument about Harris. I get that they're not connected to the United States of America, culturally and so forth. But at a basic level, when I'm talking with my fellow Black Americans, most of who still will support Harris, I mean, they are convinced that she is Black. Like, they know the mother is Indian, they just know that the daddy's Jamaican. And I mean, I've shared with them your video, and I mean, it's just like they just get in this denial, like, she's Black, she's from Jamaica. And I keep trying to tell them about the, diversity in Jamaica. So, I mean, I guess she's not connected here, but if there was proof, like irrefutable proof, like if there was the original article or documents by the dad, that discusses this, or he actually came out on video and said this. I mean, I feel that this would really be a game wrecker or an October surprise if there was actual, like, irrefutable proof. Because I mean, essentially, the Black community would have just gotten Rachel Dolezal at the, like, presidential level. And I think I would think and I would hope that that would push and turn off a lot of Black voters away from the Democratic Party, which is what I want more than anything, especially this election cycle. So, if anybody can get this proof, it would be true. I will end on this. I have colleagues that have been to Jamaica recently, and they've interviewed the family members, and they none of them say what they are, but they all look Indian. The report is the dad side looks Indian, Indian, Indian. And on CNN a couple of weeks ago, they kept bringing up the issue of Trump bringing up issues about her race, and they were interviewing a close friend of Kamala's, and they were asking her, like, yeah, but why question her Blackness and this and that, and, like, the friend deflected, like, didn't come out and say she's Black, you know, but she did say, like, the dad is Jamaican, and then kind of veered off and deflected. So I do believe everything
So
you're
what is
saying.
it that
I
you
really
want?
do.
You want
I
hardcore
just think it
proof?
would
Okay,
be
he
great
can't
if
hear
we
me.
could
Tell
have,
him to
like,
drop down.
irrefutable
Tell
proof
Mark. Tell
that
Dr.
can't
Mark
be
to drop
spun
down
any
because he
other
can't
Okay,
way.
hear
hold
me.
on.
Yeah.
Hold up. You can't hear Dana. Dana, hold on. Let him make this very last point here. He's talking about an interview that got done with her family.
I know that, but he's
in Jamaica.
the point that I'm trying to make to him is because I'm
Right. And
trying to just
for
get to
some
his
reason, I
point.
can't
Tell
hear
him to stop
Dana,
for a
so
second.
I'll just end, and then I'll exit and come back in. Essentially, you know, I have friends and colleagues who went to Jamaica. They interviewed, family members, and nothing was said about her race. They were all looking like Indians, a bunch of Hindus. And again, like,
I think
for
she
the
wants
purpose.
to know what your point is, brother, or like what are you asking?
No,
Well, I got the point. The
yes.
point is that you have hard evidence from people who went down there with the specific point of investigating the family to
All right,
see
tell him that I
what
need him to
she
drop
actually
down.
is.
I need him to drop down because I don't
Okay,
want. He can't hear me,
okay.
so it's just
I
going to
just
throw
want,
the whole
just
thing
if we could
off.
find proof that the
All
dad
right, tell
is
him to
not
drop
Black at
down and
all,
come back
and
up.
and I'll
Okay.
exit,
I said,
and
just
come
tell
back
him
in
to
because
drop
I can't
down.
hear anybody else but
Can you
Judge
hear him?
Joe.
Wait a
Tell
minute.
him
Hold
to
on.
drop
Everybody,
down
hold
now.
on. Can you hear him?
No,
Can you hear him?
I forget it. I'll just remove him from
I'm
speaker.
just saying, can
Hey,
you
brother,
No,
hear
I
what
brother,
he's
can
drop
saying?
hear
down.
him. This is the thing. He can't hear me. And if you cannot hear
Okay.
me, I don't care if the judge can hear you or not. I need for you to drop down and come up if you can't hear me. Because it's just going to throw the whole thing off. So that's why I'm like, just tell him to drop down and come back up.
Okay, well, she wants you to drop down and come
I
back up.
dropped him and
But
now he's
okay,
coming back up. Yeah. So I didn't need for
okay,
him to
now
finish.
to
He
the
could finish it now because what I wanted him to hear, because if you can't hear me, that's something wrong with their phone. But what I
Right.
wanted to say is your question point blank is you want hardcore proof that she's not Black American because you want Black people to open up their eyes and realize that she's actually not Black.
Correct. I want proof that she's not Black because I believe that she's not Black.
All right, so the proof
Yes.
is that her mother isn't Black. They're both her parents are immigrants. The father is not Black American. She's not a Black American person. And she went to Canada at age 5 and stayed there until she was a grown adult. So she most likely became a citizen of Canada. So
No, no, Dana.
you cannot convince Black people what they already believe, and that's not
No,
going to affect
here's
the race.
okay. You couldn't hear this, but the point that is
I did hear it.
important.
I heard everything he said. He couldn't hear me.
No. I'm just saying, if I was running a court and we had witnesses, if you could bring in what you just said, people that went down there recently with the specific purpose of investigating her ethnicity and come back with the report that nobody affirmatively claimed her as Black, but everybody that was seen with a family connection is Indian. That's what you're saying, right?
Correct. And I'm not talking
In other
about Black
words,
American. I'm just talking about Black, like African lineage, like, you know, you're Black, not Indian. Like, she's not an Indian American. He's not an Indian American. He's an Indian Jamaican, right? Just like you have Chinese Americans, there's Chinese Jamaicans. So there's Black Jamaicans. He is not a Black Jamaican. That's what I understand. That's what it looks like. I'm not talking about Black American in particular. I'm talking about just Black, period. Um, because a lot of Black people, they're fine with, like, as long as you're Black, it doesn't matter if it's from Nigeria, if you're European, as long as you're Black, it's all
No, I
good. We'll
get
vote
it.
for
So
you.
I get it. I get it. You just want hardcore proof so that Black people can have evidence.
Yes,
But
because
why? Why
Judge
do
just
you
get
care? Why do
judge
you care?
judge just
Why?
gave him the
Why?
proof.
Why?
Judge just gave him the proof though.
no,
The proof is what Judge
All
basically
right.
just said is those
Everybody,
people
please
are
stay.
tied to the East.
Everybody, just stay on your mic. Why do you want proof? Why? Why do you need
be,
that for Black people?
because I feel like a lot. I do talk to a lot of Black people who are just not
Because
seeing that.
guess what? Barack
Uh,
Obama is not a Black American, and we have hardcore proof that he wasn't. But Black people still loved him anyway. It doesn't matter.
because he is Black though.
No,
He's not
he's
a
not
Black
Black because his
American.
father.
no,
No. His
Hold on,
father
hold on.
is African.
Little
The mother is
moderation.
white. He's not a
Little
Black
moderation.
American.
Hold on. Little moderation. The speaker said any kind of direct African connection,
Yes.
irrespective of Barack Obama's or Barry Soetoro's
I get all that.
mother.
The point, and
His
I need to move
father
to other
is
speakers. I'm just trying to
definitely
move this
a
conversation
Kenyan.
along quicker because I need
I
to get to
know.
other speakers. What I'm basically
I
saying
know.
is it doesn't matter what you find on paper, you're not going to change the minds of Black people. Because if that was the case, 95% of Black people would not be voting Democrat, but they continue to no matter what. So you're hitting a brick wall that's never going to break down. That's the point that I'm trying to get to. But let me move to the next speaker. I want to get to Ellis.
You know, I don't want to speak on what, because I agree with a lot that the judge is saying, and I thank him for being on here. But to her point, I agree. Like, it's not going to matter if we find definitive evidence that this woman is Black or not Black, because the people who's voting for her are choosing to ignore that evidence anyway. And one thing I would say to the Judge Joe, who I respect a lot, but I seen your post went viral where you were calling her a bitch and stuff like that, and I get it. But I think right now we're in in the election. Unfortunately, it's a popularity contest. It's if we like these people, and so the negativity is not necessarily helping whether she's Black or white. These white folks just look at it like, okay, they don't even know, if she's Black or white. They're fighting over race, and I think we need to be a little bit more creative in essentially attacking Kamala, because the race argument, I agree with Dana. I don't think they give a fuck if she's Black or not. Honestly, the people who are going to vote for her. So if we're going to sway them, showing her that her parents is actually a Nazi German is not even going to help, bro. It's just going to just keep confusion. And the reason that she's doing this is to cause confusion. Obviously, somebody cosplaying is causing confusion. And that's exactly what's going on. And it's low-key like wasting our time trying to figure that out. Because by the time we figure that shit out, she's going to be in office. So I land on that.
Let me add this to the mix very briefly. Where it counts is not right now. Black people are what, 9% of the country's population, and they're concentrated in certain areas, and they're almost absent in others. So if you get a concentration of that 9% in terms of their voting pattern. You can influence, if not tip an election, if it's national. If that 9% is not homogenous, then it loses its effect. And then there are wiser heads, more concerned heads who aren't just voting for skin, but for voting for things like family, finances, education, circumstances, and such like, existence in city areas, public safety, freedom of speech, Second Amendment. And there are Black people that are very much concerned about that. So when they are defeating people that essentially are voting for somebody because of a mindless adherence to a stereotype, we dance and sing, and that's supposed to make us happy. What happens is if you get this information in, it's not necessarily going to impact things right now, but in 10 years, 5 years after somebody's term is up, assuming this person got in, which I doubt, meaning Harris, I don't think she really has much of a chance, but just in case she doesn't, look what we're now finding out about Hillary. Look what we're now finding out about George W. Bush. Look at the shifting of opinion about some of the other people that now becomes glaringly apparent when it wasn't at the time. Look at the shift in opinion that we have even amongst Black people about whether or not Barack Obama was effective as a president and whether he did anything for us. See, these things become part of a consensus, even if they have to develop in a particularly dense situation where the people don't think and aren't logical, rational, and reasonable to a great extent. But they do have the long term effect. And it is important when you start talking about downstream in history, meaning in the future, a decade, you have to have these things so people can look back on them and they say, I heard that, but I ignored it, but I shouldn't have. So that means they're on guard not to commit the error again. That's why it's important. And that's the main reason. Now I pass the mic, move on
So,
from there.
I don't know if you want to say anything else before I move on, Ellis. I want to say something real quick. 'Cause after was Ellis, then is Knowledge, Elijah, ATM, Professor King Armstrong, Black First. Where are people at from Chicago? I have a question. If anybody in this room that live in Chicago or in Chicago right now, where are you Black people in Chicago? Why you're not outside protesting? Protesting against the illegals, protesting, for reparations, just protesting complete.
Got family in Chicago, Dana. They outside. They not showing that on the news though.
Who's
They
organizing
outside.
that? Who's organizing that?
They outside,
Yeah,
Dana.
Mark
Like
Carter.
I mean, that's what I'm
Outside doing
saying.
what?
Yeah, they outside.
No.
No, I mean, hold on. No,
No,
you just asked
I'm
a question.
not talking about you step outside and you looking around down at the DNC. I'm talking about actual organized protests, marching like the Palestinian people out there doing. That ain't happening.
Dana, that's happening. They not showing it, right? And like I say, for whatever reason, right? It is what it is. But I mean, they outside. You know what I mean? They protesting, they organizing, and all that. I mean, they trying to fight this machine. You know what I'm saying? Now, what I mean? We can't sit here and say that, what I mean, it's not happening. You know what I mean? We got a whole bunch of people, even just on this app alone, they got their organizations, they organizing, they on the ground, but that part is not being seen through the media.
You know why it's not
You know what I'm saying?
seen?
But they on the street.
Real quick, because I do got some people ahead of you, King, so we could finish discussing it. But let me just say this. Majority of these Black people in Chicago are inside that goddamn DNC. That's the problem. But we'll discuss it when I get to you. I need to go to, is Knowledge still up? Yeah, Knowledge.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I just have a couple quick questions. Because I was under the impression when a person is nominated for presidency, they have to be voted in. Like Joe Biden was voted in. Uh, uh, the other guys voted in. You know what I'm saying? So when Biden dropped out, can they legally just pick her like that, or he has to still be in there. And my other question is, why isn't anybody talking about this Friedman policy she has? She talks about all these black folks went through this and got their money stolen from this Friedman Bank that was, put together by the government. But then when she say they're gonna do something about it, they giving this money to everybody else. I mean, she named so many different groups, and then we were last to even be mentioned in that plan. Nobody's talking about that though. I'd land my plane.
Well, what happens is that you may have a great number of people who are participating in something, but their participation is suppressed. Remember, this is the time when there is widespread, inconsistent, and deep censorship to keep things from coming to the fore that ordinarily would be out there. You may have thousands of people in Chicago who might be demonstrating, who are local to Chicago, or raising hell about it, but they're not going to let that come out. They will suppress that. That's part of the process. And that's one of the things that makes them so dangerous. The mainstream media, hell, the tabloid media, is in their back pockets, and they all have a similar and common objective.
Okay. All right. Because I see Minister Jack.
I wanted to, if it's okay, it says, well, my name is Varon, and I'm actually a local here in Chicago.
Okay, just sit tight for a second.
Okay, no problem.
Because I did say I need y'all Chicago people, but all right, so it's two people, ATM and Professor, because I want to get to them, and then I want to get to the Chicago people. That would be King, Minister Jack, and I'm just going to say V because I'll mess your name up. Because I got to kind of kick your backs in a little bit in Chicago, but go ahead, ATM.
Yes, thank you. Actually, my name is DeHarris. This is my Twitter handle. How you doing, Miss Dana? How you doing, Judge O'Brown? I just have a question for Judge O'Brown. Have you heard of the Rockefeller Playbook?
I have met some Rockefellers, real ones, in life. I'm not aware of any particular playbook, but from listening to very, very, very wealthy people, it probably is going to be sounding familiar to, shall we say, a rather common way of looking at life.
Exactly, right.
Now, they are ruthless people, and every one of these large families has brothers and cousins and uncles and grandfathers and fathers that have done penitentiary time because they pushed the envelope. It's common. This is just a sacrifice that some make for the good of the family. They kill people, they embezzle money, they come up with fast stuff, and they look at themselves as citizens of the world with no particular loyalty to any one locale, except maybe as that locale, if it's the United States, has a profoundly efficient military when it wants to make it behave that way that enforces what they're doing abroad so they can get away with it. Now, that's just the way they roll.
Well, if it's okay, I came across an excerpt yesterday, and I just ordered the book as soon as I read the excerpt because it just blew my mind. It's okay if I just read the excerpt.
Go ahead.
It says, "The New World Order" by A. Ralph Epson, Operation Lockstep from the Rockefeller Playbook, and it says, first phase, common cold and flu, mild symptoms at most, media endorsement of mass paranoia and fear. Flu listing system utilized which picks up any genetic material in the body and triggers a positive result. Initiation of COVID case numbers through changing of death. What is it? Death double counting and classifying all deaths, including other diseases and natural causes, as COVID-19. Lockdown will condition us to life under draconian laws, prevent protest, and identify public resistance. And then it says second phase. The first phase will lead to compromise and failed immune systems through lack of food, social distancing, wearing masks, and lack of contact with sunlight and healthy bacteria. Exposure to 5G radiation will further attack the immune system. Thus, when people rearrange into society, more people will fall ill. This will be blamed on COVID-19, and this will occur before the vaccination is ready to justify. A longer and more potent lockdown will follow until everyone takes the vaccine. Then it says the third phase. If majority of the people resist the vaccine or weaponize SARS, HIV, MERS is acronyms. I don't know what they mean. Then it says a virus will be released. A lot of people will die from this. It will be survival of the fittest. It will also be the ultimate push for everyone to be vaccinated in order to return to normality. Those who have taken the vaccine will be at war with those who have not. It will be anarchy from both sides.
I can pretty much guarantee you that there is no coherent plan by the Rockefellers or anybody else on that mega wealth level to do that. They have the same variances and opinion about these things that everybody has, including the people on here. Like I said, there is a worldview that's got to do with a ruthless pursuit of certain goals and the pursuit of power. It's not even really about money, it's about power, and it's about who you can influence either directly because they work for you or they're influenced by you, or you can buy, bribe, or otherwise cause to listen to what you want. Now, that's how they do. It's like there's more than one way to skin a cat, so to speak, and there's more than one way to assume and acquire and exercise and maintain power. So these people acquire power. Now, I'm not saying somebody in this group might not have thought about that, but I can guarantee you that there's no Rockefeller plan that embraces that.
Oh, okay.
Um,
That's somebody's effort to sell a book and turn a profit on the book.
so I'm gonna go to Professor, and then I want to have this Chicago conversation. Go ahead, Professor.
Yes, how you doing, Judge? Dana,
Hi.
great space. How you doing? Great space as always, and just shout out to everybody in the space. Um, Judge and Dana, I want to ask you. I know you have seen the recent videos of Kamala looking like she's drunk on stage and in certain venues. She looks drunk. She's talking with a slurred speech, and you would think somebody who's running in a presidential campaign would not present themselves in this manner, right? So I'm wondering if this is something orchestrated once again to cater to Black Americans, because she's been doing some crazy stuff, as she's cosplaying to be Black. Is this another part of the scheme to make herself look more Black? I mean, I just want to hear y'all your take on it, and I can be
Okay.
all face.
Okay, here you go. Let me give you a take on it. For the last 30 years that have been in the Tennessee Judicial Conference, I haven't been active in the last 7 or 8, but before that, every time we went to one of these conferences where we had to get 16 college unit hours worth of study every year, one of the main topics was stress. And lawyers and judges have a ubiquitous problem in mass, and it is abuse of alcohol. With doctors, it is abuse of drugs. But with lawyers and judges, it's abuse of alcohol. There is an enormous problem with alcoholism amongst the judiciary and the attorney ranks in society. And an attorney general is, in fact, a lawyer. So I've been hearing several things. This bit about her inebriation is not new. And everybody in the legal profession can count countless judges, countless prosecutors, countless private attorneys who have a problem with alcohol. Now, people binge, but then there are those who have a steady problem with it. The other thing is talking to some of my doctor friends. We have looked at what she's doing in her word salad, where she says, tomorrow is a great thing because it's today. You see, today becomes to tomorrow. And because tomorrow is now today, that's why tomorrow is so important. And that whole thing about undo. It's a form of cognitive dissonance brought about by, quote, early onset dementia. And dementia can start coming and infecting certain people starting in the late 50s on into the early 60s when it's too late. It acts quickly. She's 60 years old. And when you see her, most of the time you see her looking like she's 40 something, but she's not. And when you see her on occasion, it's like, wow, that doesn't look like the same person. That looks like an old woman. Well, it is, because Hollywood and the media have a trick. And I actually am aware of it because I was asked through the union whether I wanted to participate in it. And I said, no, I'm not going to, because that's not my thing. For people that are actors, actresses, they offer this bit where they will go through at a certain expense and they will tape you and they will reduce you to a program. So when you put the program in the system that is taping you, say for a movie, for something you're doing on camera, they do not have to take the result to a lab and modify it. What goes to the tape will be a younger addition to you, because the flow through the lens and the signal it sends to the tape is going to be modified. So what comes out is a 40-year-old version of a 65-year-old. I would offer this. The first time I recall that happening on my show, something went down with the recording. Bam. Everything's live to tape, except this time it was some pretty good stuff. So what they did is they wanted to redo it. And I said, well, I don't have the tie. I don't know where that thing is. Said it's unnecessary. I said, what do you mean? Said, well, we don't have to go take it to a lab. It's just when we put the modification in there on the programming, when it goes to tape, you'll have on the tie you're supposed to. And we will, if you just read this, we took a script of what you said, just read it, and it will come out sounding like you said it. I said, well, damn. So all I did was read it so I could say the exact same words. And they just had me there and they took the camera around and they redid it. And when I got it, I said, I can't tell the difference. It's seamless. So they do that. So what you're looking at is a 60-year-old woman. Well, she will be in a month and a half. You're not looking at somebody 40ish. And that means all of the wrinkles, lines, and wattles under the neck are really there. But what you see has them taken out and removed, not by makeup, not by something in a lab. It's just because they can interject the program modification. So when it goes to tape, it looks like that. They did that with Avatar. They did not have to have the actors put on makeup, blue makeup. They didn't have to go to a lab. They just interjected a program modification. So when they shot the actors with certain stuff on, just so that
What does that have to do with
the
Kamala?
computer.
Does that have to do with her being drunk?
Just listen. In other words, what it had to do with is this: you're looking at a 60-year-old woman who has had computer programming modifications interjected into what they tape her with. And she looks like she's 40, not 60. She's old. And she has a problem with cognitive dissonance because she's probably suffering from early onset dementia, which at this age makes it a worse situation than with Joe Biden. And also, what I've been telling you is it is almost generic. There are huge numbers of judges and lawyers and attorney generals and assistant DAs who have a severe problem with alcoholism.
All right, so let
It's
me ask you this.
endemic.
Let me ask you
So
this.
yeah, there is a great deal of
Let me ask you
possibility
this.
she's actually got a drinking
All
problem.
right, let me ask you this, because it's not even an ask, but outside of the medical stuff, because we don't know, that's all alleged with her medical. We're just assuming. But the drinking, which is we are assuming too. However, that has nothing to do with Hollywood with the makeup or whatever, because everybody has on makeup when they're on TV. They're gonna put makeup on you. That's just what it is. But when it comes to, how about she just don't know the job? So it's not, she
Well,
may not have dementia. She don't know what the fuck she's doing. That's it.
that's
She
true.
knew
But
the job, but she was
this is more
sacrificing people in
insidious.
California. She knew the job then.
She didn't do the job there. She fucked up. It was horrible. I
Yeah,
was
yeah,
there
absolutely. I
when
said
she
no.
was doing
I
it.
said she knew the job. Judge, the only thing I was saying was she knew the job
No,
then,
she knew
right?
what
She
people
didn't do the
told her to
job
do.
then.
I,
She didn't do the job then.
Absolutely. Listen
It
to what the
was
judge
awful.
said.
It was awful. Attorneys, litigants, victims of crime remarked on how horrible a job she was doing. It was not good. This chick was marginal. I talked to
right.
lawyer
So
after
no. So
lawyer
my
who
point is,
dealt with her and
Judge.
said,
Wait, 1 second, Judge.
I won't go there. But look, what I'm talking about, Dana, is it's not makeup. She could walk in there without one smudge of
No,
makeup
I'm
on.
not talking about that. That's fine. That I don't want to get into all that, but I believe that. But what I'm saying here is all this. Yeah, she probably is a drunk, because, like you're saying, a lot of those people in that profession, coming up in that profession, do drink a lot. A politician, of course, they have drug habits, all types of
Because
stuff.
of guilt, they be guilty.
No,
That's
it's
why.
not
I don't care
guilt.
why.
It's
The
I
not
don't care
con-
goddamn
why.
guilt.
What I'm saying
That
is,
very seldom. Look. Let me
all
disabuse you
right.
of something. Most of the time, what you're dealing with is human beings. You got a client, or you have somebody on the opposite side. You get told so many damn lies because these people that you represent, these people that you're going against, are humans. A lot of them don't even know what the hell actually went on because they can't remember. They have false memories. Some of them are deliberate liars. Some of them are just ignorant. You don't have but maybe 15, 16% of the population that can accurately recall events that they were involved in anyway. So this is just where you're dealing with. It's not guilt. It's not feeling bad. It's just the stress. You got Division One wants you to file this goddamn 30-page motion in writing, and you got 4 days. Division 5 has got something where you have a hearing you're going to spend several hours on in the meanwhile. So that means you're going to be up all damn night long. Your wife is bitching at you, or your husband's bitching at you, or your boyfriend or significant other's bitching at you. Your child support needs to be paid. You got another thing, some VIP client of yours, one that helps you keep your doors open, got in a mess, and you got to drop everything and go to there. So it's just like, God damn, I don't have but 3 or 4 hours of sleep at night. For my adult life, I averaged about 3.5, 4 hours sleep a night because of this stuff.
All right.
It's stressful.
All right. So
It's you're sitting there and you're saying, what the hell am I supposed to do about this? Let me be creative, and you got to think something up. You be fast on your feet. A lot of people are.
all right.
And
So
they get stressed
I want to
out.
move on. I need to move on to Chicago, because I should have just skipped over 2 people and went straight to that topic, because Minister he had to drop out. He just sent me a text. He was like, where he's at is too noisy. But who was it? King? Who else on this? And I don't know what happened to V. He was up here. Oh, here he go. So
Now, hold on, Dana. I said something about Chicago because I got family and shit there, but I don't live in Chicago. I live in Oklahoma. So I'm not here to speak about Chicago.
But just sit for a second, because I need people who are on the ground, and I'm just like, why are you people in these noisy ass places? Like, and I don't know, but and he left out.
Nah, the only thing.
One
Dana,
second.
the only thing that we hold on.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Nah, the only thing that I was saying was that, you know what I mean, it looks as though like, you know, there's people, there's no organizations and people on the ground that's really standing on what they're supposed to be standing on, right? I mean, because there is, right? Only thing that's happening is that, I mean, we've seen this
But
happening
you're not
already,
there, so you don't
right?
know what's going on.
Oh no, I mean, I'm not there physically, right? I got context to the ground in Chicago, right?
No, but this
But what
is
I'm saying is
hold
that
on tight for a second, King. Hold tight for a second. I want people who are in Chicago right now. I'm gonna have to call Jap again, tell him to take his ass somewhere quiet so he could speak. And I don't care who's in front of him, I'm just gonna bring him up because this is what I'm saying. I don't when it comes to Chicago and the protest, yeah, Jap, can you just come up? I'm sorry. I don't care if it's noisy. I need someone who's on the ground in Chicago because I want to know why in the hell, where are all you black people at? Now I know Mark Carter, he up there with the Fox News people, and so is P. Ray. I get it. They always in the streets. But I'm talking about the regular, ordinary black people. Where y'all at? How you gonna have outsiders come into your city and outshine you? How you gonna have outsiders protesting for their cause in your city and y'all ain't getting no type of damn tangibles? And a lot of people that do live in Chicago are inside the DNC.
Dana,
No,
listen.
King,
This
get
where
up
you're doing.
there.
This where that's wrong.
King, mute up.
Hold on,
No,
Dana. This where that's wrong because it's happening in Baltimore. It's happening in Philly. It's happening in Jersey. It's happening.
When I ask you to mute,
I'm here in
up.
Chicago.
So, all right, I want to get to Jap and then I want to get to V. Go ahead, Jap, because where are black people at in Chicago? Why are you not out there protesting? Unmute, Jap.
Yeah, it's not our protest to protest. I'll be truthful about it. That when I went down there, it was no real Chicago presence. And I mean the real black community. I wouldn't see no real West Side people, no real South Side people. It was a bunch of college students and a bunch of people from UIC, a bunch of people flying in from different places, just a bunch of kids, a bunch of iPads, laptops running around here like they just got fresh out of a Starbucks meet up and greet up. It really wasn't nothing for us to really be out there as black folks to really be concerned with. I was out there trying to see, you know, what the big hoopla was about. But at the end of the day, they was talking more about communism and all this imaginary society crap. And it was pretty much a stage riot because they didn't even have to riot. I was out there for like 3 hours, and none of these people were doing nothing crazy and nothing like that. They just soon as it was time to actually do the march, but they had a police escort. What happened was people went down at the other end and they just started messing with the gates, and the gates was not to keep the people out of the protest area. It was to keep them from messing up residential homes and stuff like that. So it was really on the sidewalk. They had the whole street to do everything they wanted to do. They was just acting the fool to act the fool. And it was a bunch of kids, a bunch of white people, skateboarders, and people who had that I have no real concern with.
They implemented a whole bunch of migrants into the land, just like they did with Freddie Gray in Baltimore. When
I'm not gonna say that because I was there. It wasn't
King, please stay on mute. I'm talking about what's going on right now, and Jack
it wasn't. This is really just like some hippie. I want to be down. I want to, show like I'm down for the cause. The same thing that they did when they had the George Floyd riots and the Black Lives Matter riots on 79th Street and 87th Street. They had a bunch of white people come through with masks on, wearing all black. It was the same thing. A bunch of white people walking around with kufiki Afghan scarves, like they were down for some cause that they knew nothing about, and they were just sitting around, It looked like Woodstock. It really looked like Woodstock. It was just a joke. And then once the cameras turned on, and that's when they started to act extra and started to pretend like they were like fighting for something. But the police wasn't even there to stop them. They had the whole thing blocked off so they could walk in the street and scream and do all they wanted to do. They were just trying to make it extra. So again, it's not our fight because my stance on the Palestine and Israel thing, I'm coming from it from a black community aspect. When the Israelis come to our community, I'm in Chicago. It's one of the most racist cities, period. These people don't care nothing about black folks. And when the Arabs and the Palestinians come to my community, they don't care nothing about us. That is their fight. Let them fight. We're out. It has no benefit for us on either side, but at the end of the day, when I went up there, I really literally watched the Democratic Party pretty much eat itself, because that's internal fighting between them. They don't know. They don't even. They don't want Kamala, but they don't want Trump. But they are fighting each other in the midst of all that. It's a real big bowl of confusion. Then they're out there burning the American flag, which kills me. You can burn the American flag and it's a protest, but if you desecrate any of the LGBT flags and Israel flags or Palestine flags, they're gonna consider that hate speech, which is crazy. And then they had another group of people that was like gays for Palestine out there, and it just don't make no sense. If you're gay in Palestine, they're gonna throw you off a roof. So I don't really understand what these people are doing, but just trying to get attention, and it's just a big distraction. It was a big bowl of nothing going on down there, just a bunch of ignorance.
So would you say black people there in Chicago on the South Side, would you say that it's pointless for them to be out there protesting against the Democrats anyway?
No, they're not
participating in the bullshit.
They're not the protest that I went to.
Yeah, they're doing good by not participating in the bullshit.
The protest that I went to, because I was looking for, I told you I was looking for them to. I wanted to see what I saw on TV, where we had the women dressed up as abortion pills and stuff like that. I thought it was going to be conservative against liberals, but it really was just liberals fighting each other. Wasn't no real conservatives out there and nothing like that. And it really had nothing to do with the election. It was all about it was about free Palestine and stop funding Israel. That's the whole thing. And they're doing that tomorrow too. It was all on the West Loop, which is one of the most safest areas. I didn't get a chance to catch the riots that was going down on Michigan Avenue, but it just really didn't add up. Like, I think the people in the South Side were just too busy working and trying to pay their bills to even concern themselves with that. Because I seen no people down there I could identify with. Nobody had a Chicago accent. It was all white college students from God knows where. It was a bunch of kids. It was a bunch of LGBT crap. It was literally, like I said, it was like going to Woodstock or something. It was dumb. It was real stupid. So it wasn't nothing that we need to concern ourselves with, and let them fight and let them look stupid.
When we got brothers like Mark Carter and sisters like P. Ray that's in the space, right? They in the space, right? Standing on Black American business, right? In the Democratic National Convention in a city, right? You can't do nothing but support that. Period, point blank. Right? I mean, fuck your feelings, right? Set your feelings aside, because when we look back through history, all that shit ran through Chicago. You know what I mean? When they even Lincoln had to go to Chicago, right? Yeah, even Lincoln had to go to Chicago, right? And guess what? It was a whole bunch of shit going on then. So only thing we gotta do now is to actually look at this shit, because guess what? However Chicago go, right, when in terms of these cities, right? Baltimore, Philly, Jersey, New York, right? Yeah, all this shit gonna go that way.
I'm just here to tell you,
right?
like when I went down there, what I experienced, it wasn't no real Chicago presence. Them people had to be from out of town, or it was really just like a hashtag revolution, man. It was no cause that benefits us. Wasn't no people out there talking about reparations. Wasn't no people out there talking about criminal injustices or anything like that. Nothing to do with our people whatsoever. It was literally a hippie fest wrapped around with mujahideen scarves on their head and sunglasses, hiding their face the whole time. It was a joke. It was just like how they did Black Lives Matter when they came to Chicago and they tore up 79th, they tore up Cottage Grove, and it was a bunch of white people coming through with skateboards, breaking windows and black-owned businesses, and the ignorance was just at all-time high.
Pay actors, bro, because guess what, right? In our city, I'm in Oklahoma, but in Baltimore City, where my mama and them at right now, guess what? They did the same shit when that Freddie Gray situation happened. The same shit happened. Niggas like, damn, like, who the fuck burning down the goddamn, like Niggas ain't, you know what I'm saying? Like niggas ain't burning down their own lands and shit. They grandmamas and great grandmamas didn't went to. Like, you know, niggas ain't doing no shit like that, right? Guess what, nigga? What they did was, right? They brought in a whole bunch, busloads of motherfuckers. We found this out on the back end, right? They brought in a whole bunch of different ass people, right? They ain't had nothing to do with nothing. Wasn't really standing on nothing, right? And try to make it seem like, you know what I mean? Oh, we out here just fucking up our own communities.
Ease up
Well,
on the F. Ease up on the F.
I'm gonna say this. The reason why I'm gonna tell you after this is all over, you're not gonna hear about it being as crazy as you see in other protests, because where the actual protest is, the protest is in this place, in this area called the West Loop, which is right next to the United Center, UIC, and Rush Presbyterian, the biggest hospital out here. It's a real uppity, snobby. I mean, the medium income over there has got to be well into like 250, 240. You know, the homes over there, nothing less than like 2.5 million. That's
what
so
I'm saying.
What I'm saying is,
I mean, in Baltimore, I see people on the ground.
It's where they're protesting is right next to the police headquarters and academy. So they got nothing but police over there. It's so many police. It's pretty much I've never seen this many police and this many police bikes. Not even when we have our festivals here in Chicago. That area is going to be well protected, and it was contained. So they weren't able to damage any property or nothing like that, because those people in that area made sure that that they're going to be protected, and they got a lot to lose. Now, if it was in the South Side or the West Side, yeah, they would have been.
They would have did that, right? That's what I'm saying,
nothing's
bro.
Gonna get tore up.
That's the same shit that happened in Baltimore City, bro. It's the same shit, right? They did the same shit, right? And when they did that shit, right? What I'm saying is that, you know what I mean, we know, right? We know people on the ground in Baltimore City, right? I got ties to that land too. What I'm saying is that when all this shit was going down, back when it was going down, Obama was president, right? Okay, so we was like, well, damn. Once we start figuring shit out and start actually getting into the mathematics.
Stop using too many curse words.
All right, my bad. But once we start getting to it, like, damn, like, how, you know what I'm saying? Like, who burning down grandma and them CVS? They go get their medicines and shit from. Right there on goddamn.
You're not going to see it because black people don't actually live in these areas. They protested in Chicago at. They can't afford to live in those areas.
That's
the reason why.
What I'm saying is,
hold on, you just saying.
What I'm saying to you is, right?
Wait, hold on for a second, King.
Maryland has some of the. Hold on, Maryland has some of the richest counties, black communities, quote unquote, black communities.
Okay, but we're talking about Chicago right now.
3 of the richest. Hold on.
Hey, bro, listen. Can I speak on what's going on?
Bro, what I'm saying is this shit resonating all across.
Sorry, I need to mute your mic. Stop. I need to finish up with Jack, and then I need to move on to the other speakers. So go ahead.
What I'm saying is, you're not gonna see like burning and all that craziness going on like in other protests, because of the proximity of where they have the actual protest. The protest is in probably the safest place in Chicago, period, next to being on the north side or Wrigleyville. Second of all, the only reason why these other spots you see get tore up, because when it comes to protests, black folks are not going to get in the car and drive all the way into a white area to go do this stuff. They tore up stuff that was right next to them because all they had to do was just get up and walk outside. It's not like that over there. There's no black folks over there. That's why you see, when you look at the footage, all you're going to see is a bunch of hippie white people with purple hair, mask on and stuff like that. And it was a joke because,
bro, I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying the same thing you said.
All right, but if you agree with him, I need you to mute up until he's finished, and then I'm gonna come to you.
All right, I'm about to listen in though, man. Everybody's hollering at y'all, man.
All right, I'll speak to you tomorrow because we're gonna do the show tomorrow. So
okay, for sure. I'm about to be listening though. I gotta walk up.
All right, thank you. Appreciate you. Go ahead, King. Wrap it up, finish up, and then I'm gonna go to Black first, and then V.
Listen, that's the same thing. That's the same thing we seen, right? And when we seen it, right, it was right around the time of what? The 2016 election, right? Okay, so what I'm saying is that, bro, it's not that You know what I mean? Man, we not out here burning up our own communities. And man, listen, them people was setting up trucks. You know what I mean? In Baltimore City, them people was setting up trucks and goddamn, you know what I mean, pallets of bricks, right? In the richest part of the city, right? To say that, okay, they're intentionally, right, inviting the shit. Okay, now guess what? When they invited that shit, right, they had a whole bunch of, you know what I mean, people that wasn't even from the city, right, doing this shit. Because niggas was sitting there looking like, goddamn, like, how in the fuck
Can I
the
just
pot
ask you to
burning?
stop cursing?
My bad. Niggas,
Yeah,
we
wait a
looking
minute.
like,
Stop using that N word, please.
Hey,
You have
hey,
man,
more.
listen,
King,
all right,
King,
come
can you
on, man. Like,
please
come
let
on,
somebody else
man.
get a chance to speak? It's a lot of people
All right,
on
yeah,
this
go ahead.
platform.
Go ahead.
I'm from Chicago, and I'm
Hey,
just trying to
Chicago, yeah, we
fulfill
fuck
what
with
she, so she can hear,
man, come on, man.
from
Like,
people
nah,
from
we know what
Chicago,
time it
bro.
is. We know what time, bro. We
So
know what time it is.
with
Like,
all due respect,
that's all
King,
I'm saying.
can I just say
Like,
something, please? So I'm here in Chicago. My bad for butting in like that. My name is Varun. I'm here in Chicago. There's a misconception about protest here in Chicago. People are protesting all the time about this whole thing with the migrant crisis. The thing about it is a lot of Chicagoans aren't being reactionary just because the DNC is here this week. Okay, people have been in these going to the alderman's office. People have been protesting at our city hall and our city meetings to protest this whole thing. So there's a whole misconception about people in Chicago not protesting in Chicago. We do protest here in Chicago. It's just that everybody isn't running to the DNC to do it. And don't get me wrong, there is people with boots on the ground at the DNC. But just like it was stated earlier, I think I heard Mr. Judge Joe Brown say that everything is connected with the media and everything. They're not going to show that. They're not going to show people out there protesting the migrant.
yeah, I was the one to say that. They ain't showing that. Well, I know that because, right, the way I know
Okay.
that, right, what I'm saying to you is, right, all our cities, Chicago, Baltimore, New York, right, unless we actually understand the historical contents of what's
Okay.
happening
But
right now,
King, you
right?
had
All
a
right,
chance
so
to
King,
speak.
let V finish up because he's in Chicago too, so he could get firsthand account. Go ahead,
Right.
V.
So since this migrant crisis has happened, we have been out there protesting and everything. A lot of people, what I noticed, they was having their own panels and different things during the DNC. They didn't support it. So people were protesting by not supporting and actually putting out content against it. So that's been a big thing. I don't know if I answered all your questions about what was actually,
Yeah.
Ms. Dana, what was actually your question about
Well, I
what's
was
going on in
saying,
Chicago?
and really, and I appreciate you, V, and Minister Jack, because I was saying, well, damn, you got all these different people for Palestine and reproduction rights out there protesting. But where's the black people in Chicago? Why they not out there protesting against the illegal migrants? You know, the Democrats not doing what they need to do for black people, reparations. Like, I didn't see.
And I told Dana they doing that.
Can
They
you
just
fucking mute
they
up? What the
suppressing that.
fuck? Stop. And I'm trying not to curse. Stop. Or I'm going to drop you down to speak. Listener. It's not that hard. You're not in Chicago. You're not from Chicago. This is a Chicago conversation. You got Michelle Obama on the stage right now.
So another thing that I wanted to like the guy earlier talked about a lot of the things going on in the West Loop, but also where everybody is staying. You have every high profile Democrat that's staying in the hotels that's like around the Magnificent Mile, all within a range of maybe like 2 miles of each other, a mile or 2 miles of, but no, I would say about 1 mile of each other. They're all staying at different hotels, but within a mile of each other. So it's not just the West Loop; it's also the South Loop and a Magnificent Mile that's shut down. So the way that they have it set up, it'll be real hard to protest anyway. But understand that the media is showing exactly what they want to show.
Okay.
But I did want to clear the air about this whole migrant crisis has been going on before this DNC thing. There's an organizer named Zoe Lee, who was just recently on the Breakfast Club. And she's been protesting, she's been leading protests, and also was on the Breakfast Club talking about how Chicago is stealing land from Black people through eminent domain, but then giving land and giving opportunities to migrants. You know what I mean? So she's been really been like been in the forefront of that.
Okay.
Was there any other questions that you had about
No, and
Chicago?
I understand it now because Chicago is very unique. Good, bad, or what have you. So I get it. It's y'all don't Black, and I will say this before the DNC, I guess Black people in Chicago, and correct me if I'm wrong, Black people in Chicago, particularly on the South Side, saying they don't give a damn about the DNC, because before the DNC came and when the DNC go, y'all still going to be fighting where you live at, against the illegal migrants and everything else y'all got going on. So y'all been doing the work. Y'all going to keep doing the work. Y'all don't need to be out there protesting with the DNC because that's just some BS.
But they also cleaned it up for the DNC, because when he mentioned the West Loop, right? He mentioned the West Loop, but there's actually like a huge migrant hub in the West Loop. But they cleaned all that up for this week. It's spotless out there. They made sure that nobody, that because usually if you're in the West Loop, there's a lot of business. Basically, if I could break it down, the West Loop is our old meat packing district. And what they did was they took all of those factories out of there and turned them into like businesses. They turned them into expensive lofts, and even I want to say Google purchased down there. So it's a lot of new high rises and businesses. But there's a huge migrant hub right there in the middle. They cleaned it all up for this week. And it's going to go back to what it was once all of this is over. Once they take the barricades down and everything, it's going to go back to what it was.
Okay.
But I wanted to, is it okay if I ask Judge Joe Brown a question? It's something that I think he could kind of help me out on.
Yeah, ask him the question, and then after you, I'm sorry, Black first. I'm gonna go to Black first and just Kate.
Okay.
I kind of skipped over Black first, but go ahead, ask him a question.
How you doing, Judge Joe Brown?
All right, sir. I'm listening.
Hey, forgive me if you already, talked about this thing, but I just wanted to hear it from you. Like a lot of times, I think people get, like with elections, with what's going on now, people are getting shamed into voting, and even if they don't agree with either candidate. But it's more or less like a lot of Black people, especially Democrats, saying, your ancestors died for you to vote, for you to have the right to vote. And I noticed, look, when I first started voting, my first vote, my parents just told me, hey, just vote Democrat. It was no education behind it. I don't remember learning too much about it in Chicago public school or whatever. It wasn't until I got older and was kind of thinking like, man, you know what? We're not getting anything from either side. So I guess I just wanted your opinion on, the myth of voting lesser evils, or you having to choose a side, you having to vote just because, the myth is that the ancestors died for you to vote. What is your take on that?
Vote. Here's the problem that people don't want to deal with. There is no way to escape the consequences of politics. Politics is anytime you get 3 humans or more involved, not 2 because it's just one-on-one. But when you have 3 and you're trying to get something done, you have to have something that convinces 2 of them to get together. So anytime you have 3 or more humans involved in anything, you have politics. So you can't get away from it. How much child support you pay is determined by politics. Whether you retain property that's been in your family for years is politics. How much bond you have to post if you are charged, whether or not you're charged with a crime frivolously or righteously, whatever happens to you anywhere while you are alive is determined by the politics. It never stops. It's always there. You don't always have to vote for the purpose of picking the best or even the lesser of two evils. You can also vote to punish. In other words, neither party is doing a damn thing for you. So which one is doing the most against you? You
Okay.
vote against that party to hurt them.
Right.
In other words, we got the black folk in our back pockets. Well, punish them. That is an unwarranted presumption and it's insulting.
Okay.
So if somebody thinks that way and behaves it, make them pay for it. You see, what you do is you can either grant a favor to somebody or you can hurt them. And that's what we have to understand. See, as long as we are in a posture where no matter what one party does not do, we'll always vote for them.
Mm-hmm.
And the other party, no matter what they try to do, we won't vote for them. Neither party has an incentive to do anything for you because there's no gain or no loss, irrespective of what they do. So they pick somebody else that knows how to play the game and do something for them.
I never heard it broken
That's
down
what
like
we
that.
do.
And I'm 42 and never heard anyone say that you can use voting to punish. That, you know, the way
Yeah.
that you just broke that down, I've never heard of that, but it does make sense. You know,
Yeah.
Yeah, and see, every other ethnic group in the United States and in its history does that. Periodically, they'll flip flop and change party loyalties.
Ms.
Um,
Dana, real quickly, I just wanted to tell you also another big huge misconception about Chicago is, you know, they talk about the violence here, and you know, they'll say, oh well, if a policeman shoots a black person, then everybody want to hit the streets and protest. But when a black person kills a black person in Chicago, nobody is protesting. That's not true. Again, the media doesn't pick that up. You know what I
yeah.
mean? And then people actually do pull out their phones and start recording and everything and putting it on social media. But you know, this whole thing with
Yeah.
algorithms and everything, it won't reach the public. So I just
Right.
kind of wanted to put that down that, you know, that in comparison to what you're talking about with the migrant crisis, it's people raising hell. Right now, I own a business where I'm, you know, host Airbnbs. I have a 3 flat that they zoned where I can only put one Airbnb in one of those apartments. I can't put two. They zoned it and said you can only have one in a you can only have one maximum in a structure that has 3 apartments in it. But they would pay me to put a migrant in there. You see what I'm saying? So I can't.
Yeah. They're disregard the rules and regulations for you to put so you could put an illegal in there. But the actual rules and regulations that they want to change and impose that applies to everybody else except for the illegals.
Yeah,
I appreciate that.
no
All right,
problem.
let me go to Black first. Because I did skip over you and I want to apologize. And then just Kate.
Good evening, Miss Dana. Good evening, Judge Joe Brown. I was sitting here.
Good
I
evening.
was sitting here listening, and I agree with the thing about Kamala being black. I think and I'm going back. I was listening patient. I think that's not essential. I listened to you and Miss Dana earlier with the young lady in California. The video with the young lady in California where they locked her up on her daughter. And I think one of the things that we have to do is put her record out there. And I go back. I heard Judge say a couple of months ago. Well, yeah, a couple of months ago that she is a Brahmin. And when you look at the Brahmin class of India, because the Europeans took that caste system and they kind of inflicted it upon us, the same principles where the Brahmins were the higher class of people and the untouchables were the darkest class of people. And I'm wondering, in her mindset, in the way that she thinks, that's a possibility because that's where they came from. Because a lot of Indians, and Judge, you could correct me if I'm wrong, when the British were starving the Indians out in India, then that's when they began to leave India and go to other places of the world. I think if we look at that aspect of it, her criminal record of what she has done, because what's surprising to me is nobody's bringing up her record. Kelsey Gabbard, if I'm pronouncing her name correctly, she obliterated her in when she ran for president. Remember, Kamala Harris only didn't even get 1% of the black vote. Now all of a sudden, you see all of these black people going to vote for her. They destroyed her. And then when she called Joe Biden a racist, I'll never forget this. She called Joe Biden a racist in the presidential debate, and he turns around and he picks her. So to me, it's all a game and it's all a facade. Nobody's talking about her record. It seems as though what she believes in. That's why I go to her being a Brahma. Her political record. Everybody knows that well, not everybody. Most people who study know that she lived in Canada and she got to Howard on a minority scholarship. That's the only way she got there. And yet we overlook one thing that hurts me with black people. We overlook the facts. And like the brother said, you can holler all day, she not black, she black, she not black. That doesn't make a difference. What I think should be is the record that she has district attorney, and what she did in the state of California. I think that will bring more people to see the light than whether she's black or not. I think that's all a facade. That's what they want people to argue about, because sometimes that's all I see. And I posted it on my Twitter page. And Judge, I read your Twitters every time you put them out. And the thing to me is nobody's talking about that. And then, Judge, what I thought about too, and I'm going to land my plane here. In Chicago, and you will remember this, there was at the DNC convention, there was literally protests. I mean, like Miss Dana said, they were burning down things, and there was a whole mirage of things going on in the Democratic convention. I believe it was in '68. I believe that was the year. And that's the year that Nixon got
1968.
that.
1968.
Yes, sir. And
through 71 when the congressional black caucus
excuse me,
to play.
excuse me, sir. I just want to
Yeah,
finish. Let me finish my thing.
That's not what he's talking about. 1968, Chicago, there was a police riot. Anti-war protesters were protesting at the Democratic Party National Convention that year. That's what he's talking
And 3
about.
years
I think it was led by Dick Gregory.
It was not led by Dick Gregory. It was a spontaneous thing. Students for Democratic Society all over the country. There were about 60,000 people there, and people were throwing bricks, fire bombs, and it was real nasty. Nightclubs, baseball bats, you name it. It wasn't this kind of little set piece thing where some students on spring break who were bored decided to go out there and do something. That's not what you had going on then.
So I look at the historical. I always look at history, trying to make opinions. And when they're having the same, I heard the young man say, it's chaos in the Democratic convention. Nobody wanted Kamala Harris. She just was put there. Neither side wanted Kamala Harris. And it's ironic that they're having the same convention in Chicago and they having chaos. And to get back to my point, I think if we just stand on her record, put her record out there, see what she has done specifically for the black community. We've all seen the videos where she says she's not going to do nothing specifically for black people and all this other kind of stuff. It's just mind-boggling to me that she didn't get 1% of the vote. She dropped out of the race after that debate with Tulsi Gabbard, and nobody heard about her. And now all of a sudden we're being bombarded with in mass media that Kamala's doing all this. She's the darling of the town. And I land my plane there. Thank you so much, Miss Dana. Thank you so much, Judge Joe Brown. You know y'all my favorite people. Take care, and I'm finished. Thank you.
Very good, son. Those remarks were right on point.
So I don't see just Kate's. I guess that person dropped down. Lopez, I think that you may be a mole, honey. And I don't have time for that. This is the first space we had in about a month, and I don't have time for it. And there will be no space next week. So if anybody want to request to come up to mention anything about the DNC convention or anything else that's going on, please do so now. Get it all out, because we will not be holding a space next week. But let me just say this too. I should have wrote it down because it may not come out like I wanted to, but um, I don't really like people, and I say that I say that in the sense of when I when I when we were on this hiatus, there were a whole lot of spaces going on, entertaining but not enlightening. It was not objective, or it was not intellectual spaces, but it was entertaining. And I'm saying, I'm generalizing it. I'm not pointing out individuals. And what I realize is I don't want to be having generalized, entertaining conversations. I just don't, because it's so not productive. I don't want to deal in assumptions. I want to deal with facts. I want to deal with policies, so, and I say all that to say that I know for a fact that my generation and younger, and maybe some of the baby boomers who are younger than the judge, it's going to take a handful. It's going to take a group of those people who are serious about public policies and preserving our Constitution. And I realize that I'm fine with that. And those are the type of people like I want to gravitate to, converse with, interview, highlight, and push and help push in the media any way that I can. Because I realize, especially with this year's election, I don't care what gender, what color you are, what race, it's the fact that majority of Americans, you are voting and you are talking as if this is a popularity contest. And I don't want to be a part of that group. I want to be part of the decision makers. I want to be one of those people in the room, because I cannot and I will not have anybody dictate to me how I want to live my life, or or enforce public policies onto me and my family and my community that goes against everything, morals, whatever. So I say all that to say, and if we want to specifically talk about Black Americans, it is going to take a small group. And I think Malcolm X and MLK, I don't know the exact quote, and even a judge hit on that at one point. You don't need everybody to sign on to what you're doing, but you do need that strong collective group of people who know what they're doing, know what they're talking about, and willing to do the work. I'm just seeing the majority and the masses of people just talking about chitlin circuit bullshit. And so sometimes when people think that I be frustrated, when I do spaces or whatever, I just have, I probably have ADHD. I don't know, but I do have short patience when a conversation is going to assuming, or just going to not the facts or not the policies. Who is this? Michelle Obama just spoke, and honestly, she had got, when she walked on that stage, because I muted myself to listen, that whole stadium went bonkers. I know that the Democrats probably wanted to put her in that position to run because they want a woman to run for president. But I don't know, for whatever reason, that's not the case. She's more popular. I would even probably have to be like, oh, question and think, will I even vote for Michelle Obama? She's that popular, and she is a foundational Black American. But what are their policies? It always goes back to that. How do they feel about this Supreme Court? How do they feel about Congress? How do they feel about our Constitution? It always goes back to the policies. And I'm just tired of a lot of these spaces on X, because we have free range, you choose to utilize to talk about bullshit. Even if you put reparations in your title, it's just a lot of bickering back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. So I just wanted to say that. And who else is up here?
Me.
Just Sally.
Hey, you guys. Hey, Dana. Hey,
Oh,
Judge. I just come and start a fight with you, Judge.
I know. One more
No, no, I'm just
before
joking.
you
I'm just
wait.
joking.
Before
I got stuff I gotta say.
1 second, Judge Sarah.
Okay,
Before I give the floor to you, 1 second. And you got the number one nigga showman speaking right now, Barack Obama. And I wish I would have listened to see how the crowd was roaring for him. And I just don't understand, like, why are people still so fascinated with Barack Obama? And if you go back to the policies, you should not. But I have to think of a word, and my word from him is the number one nigga showman. And I know you hate that word, Judge, but I gotta call him that. So before you go, Judge Sarah, I don't know if you want to say anything, Judge, if you want to correct me or you wanted to add on, because your boy is speaking right now, the DNC, where he got his start at in Chicago. So it kind of like goes full circle. You're muted.
If I might make a comment, it includes Michelle too.
Yes, yeah.
Barack Obama, Barry Soetoro, Bathhouse Barry, did absolutely nothing for nobody in the United States of America. He caused great prosperity for the energy investors in the world, but nothing for black, white, brown, red, yellow America, except for the rainbow crowd. Why would anybody be interested in voting for Michelle Obama when she has just demonstrated absolutely no competence in government or administration, because she's never held such a position? And her connection is screwing somebody who also failed at that. So you screw a failure, how does that prepare you to be a success at something you've never done? It doesn't make sense to me. And the bottom line is, what do we have on the table? We've got sex change operations for the youth. We've got policies that would make it felonious for a teacher to tell you that your child is being seduced by some trans and some perverted pedophiles. You've got women getting hurt because boys in sports bras get to play against them. You've got boys who are mentally ill being allowed in bathrooms with women because they claim they're one. You've got massive inflation. You've got lack of hope for tomorrow. You've got a complete loss of principle, character, purpose, obligation. You've got a culture that is being forced down everybody's throat, which is, it's about no character principles at all for the first time in human history, a major factor in how people are supposed to behave is one that has no concern for developing character, but tearing it down. What is the problem here? You have military unpreparedness, and you almost have World War III out there. You've got billions of dollars going to Ukraine, which the rest of the world looks at as promoting a resurgent Nazism and imposing the rainbow queerness on the rest of the world. What in the hell is going on here? It doesn't make any bloody sense. And I am looking at this thing. I've been looking at this while we've been talking. What the hell does somebody getting up bug dancing and singing have to do with what I have to pay when I go get groceries, put gas in my car, go out to a restaurant, deal with whether or not I got to be packing for personal safety and the safety of those around me when I go out someplace? What does that have to do with it? And what does it have to do with who you were screwing, setting up your qualifications? Now, correct me if I'm wrong. I see a lot of ladies on here. Aren't you ladies upset about being viewed as sex objects? So why in the devil is somebody trying to appeal to you by causing you to want to identify with a classic sex object who has no shame with that game?
And
What's
see,
the
that's how
point
they
here?
took our. And see, Judge, that's how they took our nation.
I'm trying to figure out why you getting off your mic. Please don't interrupt when he's talking.
Because Judge on point.
Oh, then just mute up and let him finish.
Well, I'll pass the mic.
Well, I
Don't
have
worry
to pass
about
the
it.
mic
I
to Judge
made the point.
Sarah.
It's my
What
turn.
we saying is, Judge.
It's my turn, Judge Joe
Sarah.
Brown.
Hey, Judge, with our little ground.
I'm sorry, and I'm like, first of all, you know, do you have a hard time listen? And I just said this is why I don't like people. I just said it. This is exactly why. It's just Sarah's turn. I wanted the judge to speak. It's his space. Cause we got, you know, what did I call him? The number one nigga showman. I had another word for him. I gotta think of another word. Showtime.
Don't call me that. Do
Not
not
you.
call me that.
I'm not. No. I'm not. I'm talking about Barack Obama.
Oh, Barack, Obama boy.
Yeah, I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I said I wanted you to comment because the number one nigga showman is speaking now at the DNC.
Yeah, well, I already spoke on it. It's tied up with his wife, Michelle.
Right.
He was a failure. And so why should we support his wife for screwing a failure? What does that say?
And so let me just say this to what you just said. And you know why people will vote for her way more than Kamala? Because she is a real black woman. Because the same reasons why they voting for Kamala 10 times more. That's why. That's why. Which is sad.
Well, yeah, all of the above, except that, you know what? I know some damn good brothers and sisters, but they won't put any money in my bank account. They won't deal with the screwed up situation with inflation and the regulations that are in place thanks to this past administration.
That's because you didn't
It's not
hire
gonna do a
me. Had
damn
you
thing
hired
about
me,
it.
your money would be flowing. Okay.
But hold on, we gotta look at this shit. It's like this.
Yeah.
These people
So
been in power
had you
since
hired
2008.
me, you wouldn't be screaming all of
These
that. I would
people
have
been
took care
in
of all that
power.
for
I don't
you.
know why is King talking.
These people been in power since 2008. Like, I mean,
King. After the judge speak, I gotta go to Judge Sarah. And then you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna let people have their last remarks because I don't see any more requests. I'll let people have their last remarks and then I have the judge close it out. So go ahead, Judge Sarah.
I thought I came early enough.
No, honey, we start at 9. It's 11. I mean, nobody's
You
not requesting
you
to
say
come
you
up.
be still here at 9 o'clock my time.
That's right. You're on the West Coast. So yeah. Go ahead,
I
Judge
was trying
Sarah.
to be early, but let me tell you what's on my mind about this DNC. Judge Joe Brown, you know I'm gonna always echo your position. But you know, I'm really concerned about what's going on, and I just feel like as a people that we have civil duties, you guys. I'm really kind of concerned about the Democrats win. Okay, I want to talk about the abortion stuff, and I want to talk about issues with the country, and maybe Judge Joe Brown, you can advise us on how to move forward. I am really concerned about these Democrats. And so, family, you guys know I'm a conservative. I'm a Republican. I've been a Republican for many, many years. I don't understand the Democratic Party. Okay. I don't know if you are a Democrat or you identify as a Democrat. Because I was just on Instagram and somebody was saying all these great things about a black man and woman was saying all these great things about Joe Biden. And I'm just sitting here thinking, are these people serious? Like, are they not delusional? First of all, this woman will not sit down and talk about anything specific. It is clear that she's not the sharpest knife in the drawer. She said, for me, and it's offensive that she is saying she cooked collard greens in her tub. Like, for me, I'm come down, help me, Dana. I'm I'm offended by this behavior. Okay? So what I'm trying to get at is, why would you vote as a Democrat? Secondly, it's very hard for me because I'm speaking because I don't want to offend anybody. I'm a Black woman. I'm a Negro. I'm a descendant of chattel slavery. I'm a Black person. Okay. I do not identify with that ideology, and I don't understand how anyone else does. When we talk about, are you doing anything specific for Black people? That is kind of complicated to achieve because every Black person doesn't have the same need. What you want is for the country to be functioning. You want the country to be at its best. After COVID, we have issues. And when I'm done, Judge Joe Brown, maybe you could speak to this. My concern is the economy, businesses growth, even more. I think mental health is a very big issue in this country, that we all came off of COVID, had all these issues going on with COVID, trying to get back into the workforce, get back into the groove of things, and why the administration did not do anything to address that. And you know what, also, Judge Joe Brown, I want to talk about this abortion thing, that they have an abortion bus, vasectomy bus at the DNC. Is there any way that we can protest about the money being spent on such things? I mean, how do we address?
It's being processed. They ain't talking about it though. That's being processed.
No, wait a minute, baby doll.
Right there in front of that bus. Right there in front of that bus.
They are
Right? They ain't showing
protesting.
that though.
But Judge Joe Brown, is do we not have recourse for them spending money on abortions? Like, do we not have?
It's not
So
it's not government money, so it's up to them as to how they want to spend the
oh,
money.
it's campaign
But
funds.
yeah, that's if
Oh,
they are doing a campaign, that becomes an ad, and it's not going to happen. Anything 3 years from now, they might find somebody, and it's so on. But let me ask you a question.
hmm
How many of you out there listening, honestly, have recollection of Saturday morning when you're trying to catch up on your sleep? Your doorbell rings or there's a knock on the door and somebody wants to hand you a pamphlet and start trying to preach to you about their particular faith and why you should convert to what they want. That's absolutely ridiculous to you if you're not part of that faith, because it's aggravating and you have something better to do. But you look at these people and you say, what zeal, what mass enthusiasm do they have trying to convert people to whatever their particular faith is? Or if you're old enough, do you remember going to major airports and hearing the Hare Krishna bunch dance around and beg for money while they were in their Asiatic robes? Doesn't make any sense to you. But what you're looking at right now as to why it doesn't make sense is because politics in the United States of America is now the opposition and advocation of a religion. It is the rainbow cult, and it displaces the cross that used to be in schools that can't be there now. But you have rainbow all up and down the hallway. You can't put the Islamic crescent in a city hall, but you got rainbow all over the sidewalks and the walls. You can't take the Jewish six-pointed star and put it in some place, but you can put the rainbow and decorate the White House that way. You can't take Shiva, the six-armed god for Hinduism, and put it in an auditorium in a school, but you can splash rainbow over there. You can't take Buddha and put a representation of Buddha down someplace in an official building, but you can use the rainbow. These people are trying to force a new religion on the public. That's what it is. They're zealots. Think back where when the Christians finally took over Rome after they'd been persecuted and what they did. Think about when Islam had jihad. Think about before that Exodus when they came out of Egypt and what they did with ethnic cleansing going back to Israel and Palestine on the way from Egypt. Think about what happened with the Crusades, Torquemada having Inquisition and people getting burned at the stake. Think about the Salem witch trials and people getting burnt at the stake for being witches. Think about the 100 Years War of Religion, the 40 Years War of Religion, the Protestant Reformation and the wars went on between the Catholics and the Protestants. Think of what's happening in Israel and in Palestine now, where Islam and Judaism are having at it because there are fanatics on each side. This is what we have right now. It doesn't have to make sense because it's a matter of belief. And this belief is a very distinctively different one. Every other single faith, religion, philosophy, and world's history has been about building character. And as humans, based on our ancestral condition of being hunters and gatherers, we had certain protocols that were admired. Men were supposed to be brave and courageous because, in order to do what we did, we had to have each other's back. And there was something about being willing to sacrifice one's circumstances for benefit of another that was deemed to be heroic. Same thing with the women. You had to go out and get all of the food value for the most part, gathering, but there were certain things that were of value in terms of character amongst women. This is the first time where we have had some philosophy, some cult, some faith where there is no character, where the whole thing is no guilt, no shame, which every other religion is relied upon, every other principle, every other culture, every other system of belief has depended upon to keep itself established, but there's supposed to be no guilt nor shame. There's no duty, honor, obligation, responsibility, accountability. There is no dedication to making where one lives a better, safer, more secure place filled with economic prosperity, sense of purpose and morality and ethics, no commitment to making a place that you stay one filled with public peace, dignity, and order. It's all about your own selfish interest. The hell with everybody else, tearing everything down just cause whatever you like to get into to get your freak on is supposed to be all right. That is something wrong with that. That is a culture of hate. That is a culture of detestation for self. And that's what we have here. And this is horrible that we are indulging in. And that's why the Democratic Party hasn't offered a damn thing to the public except song and dance because it has become the face. It has become the push. It has become the shove. It has become the be all, end all encompassment of this new rainbow cult religion. Now, I'm not saying gay folk are evil because they're not, but some of them are, just like some normal people are evil. And when you have a cult that's pushing it, it can get real evil. And that is not what we need. We do not need adults preying on children, grooming them for sex. We do not need Tim trying to push tampons in middle high school boys' rooms. We do not need that. We do not need somebody pushing to admit boys wearing sports bras into the ranks of beating up on girls in sports. We do not need people running around trying to play freak and destroy all morality and ethics in this country. We do not need that, but we're getting it.
Can I
And it
say?
makes no sense until you get into what it's really about. Now, I'll pass the mic.
Well, I
That's
want to
just an
finish saying this. I
admonition.
want to say this about the gay thing, Judge Joe Brown, because they're in defense of gay people. I think they're offended by this. You know, there are professional gay men who are lawyers, who are corporate men, and they don't want to be perceived as that. I don't know this
I agree with you.
perversion,
I agree
this
with you.
pedophiliac
I agree
stuff.
with you.
I hate the fact because I hang with everyone. I know many gay people. I know gay professional men who do not want to be associated with that. Okay. And they're offended by it. So I don't know what that agenda is. Is there any kind of moral clause or something about being moral in the Constitution that where I'm at, Judge Brown, what do we do? How do we ensure that these people no longer be in an administration? What can we do? We have to take action, because luckily my kids are adults. Because we would, if my kids were in school, and we would have a problem. Okay, by God's grace, my kids have graduated from high school. But what do we do, Judge Joe Brown? Is there anything moral in the Constitution about being moral that we can address?
No, there's nothing in the Constitution about being moral, but it's an instrument that doesn't push any particular philosophy, but it allows all of them. But the fact that it allows all of them is collateral consequential damages for something great about the Constitution. If you examine the instruments that set up the governmental schemes of every other system in the world, everybody on the planet acknowledges the superiority of the American Constitution because it's self-developing and self-curing. But it still depends on humans, and humans have problems because we're not perfection by any stretch of the imagination. But what we have to do is realize that if you perceive what the problem is, then under our system, you have to tolerate somebody speaking against it, but you also have the opportunity to speak for it. Except these days, we're beginning to get an extreme amount of censorship from so called mainstream media. For example, I am permanently banned from Facebook, even though I've never posted anything on Facebook. I had the maximum number of friends because they just wanted association with me, and I was on Facebook to be able to pick up stuff that people sent me. But they banned me permanently because they don't like what I post here on X. Now, that's censorship. That's straight out of the communist system. That's straight out of the fascist or Nazi system. It is not good. But we have to
Let's sue
understand
them.
that
You want
there
to
are
sue them?
people
Let's
who
sue
are
them.
weak.
I need to get to the.
Well, you can't sue them because the problem is there's a thing called sovereign immunity. If it was just somebody trying to deal with going after you in a private capacity, yes, but that is not as dangerous as when the US government, when the governments of many of the 50 states, which are sovereign nations actually, who have surrendered a bit of their sovereignty to be part of a big group of United States, and you can really translate that to saying the United Nations of North America, which is the same thing because a state is a nation, a sovereign entity. You can translate that and say, hey, these people just aren't doing the right thing. And we have to speak out and we have to be brave and we have to show courage and say, no, we're not letting these self hating, nihilistic people do this. And I agree with you. All gay folk are not part of this. Just like all Christians certainly did not support Reverend Jim Jones and his large church picnics serving a special kind of Kool Aid, nor do all followers of Islam support ISIS or Al Qaeda. But I will say this uh, the current candidate for president of the United States through the Democratic Party, her boyfriend was a staunch supporter of Jim Jones when he was mayor of San Francisco. And he went all up and down. Well, even before he became mayor, he went all up and down in support for her. Maxine Waters supported Reverend Jim Jones, that fiend.
You are
So the
kidding.
bottom line
You are kidding.
is
No,
I'm
he's
not.
not. I need to get to the other speakers, Sarah. So I need to.
But you see,
He
you
He
don't
not
even
lying. He
wrong.
not
understand.
I
lying.
came early.
So what
Listen,
is this crap we have here? It's an abnormality because every other administration proposed to this country has been about politics, it's been about economics, it's been about social circumstances, it's been about foreign relations, it's been about economy, it's been about war, all kinds of things. But never have we had one like this where something is trying to forcibly impose what is in effect the new religion on the country.
All right. So,
And that's why it
sorry.
looks so crazy.
So I need to go to the great and then Torin. What the hell I'm pressing here? What? Okay. Go ahead, the great.
How you doing, Jana? And how you doing, Judge?
Hello.
Hello.
Uh, I got a question. With the Democrats pushing new this new so-called like Russian propaganda with us fighting against them with their propaganda calling them bots. Do you think that they gonna try to steal the election and twist it around and blame it on Trump trying to deny the election like they did last time?
They're already setting it up. You see these fake polls where they've interviewed 1,200 people and they show Kamala Harris beating Donald Trump. That's to set the stage for an election steal. This woman, in the entire 70 some years they have been having these kind of surveys about these things, is dead last amongst all of the presidents we've had in the last 70 years, all of the vice presidents. The person that is next above her in honest ratings, poor ratings, is Spiro Agnew, whom, after he entered pleas of guilty to multiple felonies in Maryland, and after he entered pleas of guilty to multiple felonies in the United States federal system, still had better ratings than Kamala Harris is. So now you're talking about this person who is, in that sense, a failure, who's never won a primary in her life, who didn't even get 1% of the damn vote pickup in the primary she did participate in back in 2020, who was not subjected to any primary situation this time, whom was somebody that was beneficiary of a stall bait and switch thing that Biden and company did. She has gotten 3,200, 3,400 delegates, a good percentage of which are super delegates who can supersede the normal delegates who are going to select who's going to be the candidate for a major American political party, which is joined in the process of bamboozling the American public by the mass media propaganda efforts in support of this woman. There are 300 plus million, perhaps 360 million people legally in the United States, and they are talking to 1,200, 1,600, which is 0.0000 before you ever get to a number. And they're trying to determine what that's got to say. Now, you've got, if you on X, everybody here is on X. You know, some people have been saying, what is your survey? Who do you want for president? Okay, they're trying to slant it now by saying it's a bunch of right wingers on X. But we people on X who are conservative know how much hell we paid from the far to the far left until Musk took over. So it's a lie about X being extremely conservative when that's actually very far from the truth. But when you have 380,000 people participating, 440,000, which is in one survey I saw, Trump comes out with 73%, 71%, 69%, 78%, 81%. Strange difference, isn't it? But you see, it's a propaganda tactic. You press this falsehood and you tell everybody our gal is winning handily, and people say, "Oh wow, I was unsure who to vote for. I guess that makes up my mind. I'll go with a winner." And it's an outright lie.
Yeah.
And it's tell a lie long enough, loud enough, you can get anyone to believe it, including the liar.
Right.
And to give you a perspective, Adolf Hitler said this, Mussolini said this, even Joe Stalin said it. The greatest propaganda engine the world has ever seen, and this was back in the 1930s, is the United States movie industry. And we must copy that. Each one of these dictators said that. Mao Zedong even acknowledged that.
Right.
So we have the most profoundly efficient propaganda engine in the world that is, for the most part, exclusively pushing this witch who has absolutely no connection with the United States of America. It doesn't make any difference if she has African ancestry or she comes from somebody that feasts on polar bears every day. She has absolutely no connection, black, white, brown, red, yellow, with the United States of America. Her
Right.
parents, whatever they were here on a temporary academic visa to study postgraduate studies. And they weren't possessed of any intention to be permanent residents. She just happened to be birthed in the Bay Area in 1964, which in a month and a few days will be 60 years ago. She is a middle-aged, wrinkled up old woman.
Because that whole family.
She is a wrinkled up old woman when you get a chance to look at her. Not this young 40-something that they put out there. And she is completely corrupt, and she has, without being crude about it, done the casting couch as far as she can get. And at this point, we don't need that, because what's she gonna do? Hike her hemline to Putin, Xi Jinping, Rocket Man for North Korea? Who the hell is going for that? Arab sheiks sitting across the conference table relative to Middle East matters, talking about energy. Do you think that's going to impact them? No, it's not. So what the hell are we doing to ourselves? The
Yeah.
hyena witch can't even sit there and do anything but nervously cackle and talk about tomorrow is a day like today, and because it's a day, that's why we have tomorrow. Like, what the hell did your ass just say?
All right. I want to go to Torin and King. I'm not going to tell you again. Stop jumping off your mic. Go ahead, Torin.
I can't help it. I be turned up, like, you know what I'm saying?
Well,
Man,
I
right.
then turn it down. Turn it down. You could be turned up and listening in.
He be drunk, girl. He be lit.
Miss Dana, I don't mean to interrupt.
Sometimes, yeah, I be lit sometimes.
I don't mean to interrupt, but I just sent you a DM. California California passed on its delegates
Oh yeah.
at the
No,
convention.
Black first. I said that in the beginning of the space, and I am going after Torin. I'm gonna bring that up because I want the judge to go down that rabbit hole with me. But yeah, I mentioned that. That's serious because that's 482
I mean,
votes.
Dana, listen. Once you tie Kamala's family into that East Indian,
Actually,
I said this is wrong.
once you tie, hold
yeah,
on,
no,
listen.
I
Once
had
you
to remove you from listening because I'm not doing it. Like, stop testing me when I keep stop, just stop. Because I need to get to the other speakers and you keep jumping off your mic and it's annoying now. So calm down. And if you want to come back up, I'll let you back up, but you need to calm down, King. Go ahead, Torin.
Respect and peace to everybody in the space. Dana, I got so much love for you. Judge, I have so much respect for you. And I really am honored to be here. I have been watching you since I was a kid, and I'm from California, actually. So a lot of the things that you have done in California and the men that you have done it with has touched my life adjacently. So much so that when I listen to these conversations and understanding the state of what's going on, I just want to say we as people of America are more empowered than we give ourselves credit for. As the people who built this nation on our backs as free, indigenous, Black people, foundational Black Americans, whatever name you want to call us, we are responsible for building the foundation of this land, even on down to the Constitution. We are not disempowered by our own divided stance in our mind. Every person in America has the freedom of speech, the right to bear arms, the right to just due process, as well as holding our representatives to their fiduciary responsibility. And if we feel in any way that we have been misrepresented or our funds have been misrepresented, we have the right to seek affidavits, sunshine acts. We have so many different things that is built into the curriculum to hold people accountable, as well as with our organizational power and our votes. I speak strongly about this because listening to the judge talk about Man Up and that programs he started, again, that indirectly, directly affected my life as being one of the oldest Black families in Altadena, California, being the great-great-grandson of Black ranchers and understanding the power and position that I have. At 16 years old, I started raising children up until now today. The oldest child that I've raised is going to be 18 next week. And Kamala Emhoff was the district attorney at the time of my kids going through school. As not being their biological parent, but their guardian, my question to the school district will always be, if you need my permission or the mother's permission to take them off a school campus, you do not have any right or jurisdiction to enforce any type of ideology or supersede our right as the parents. Because if we had to go before any type of council or administration, that would be our first grounds to stand on. You do not have permission to take the child on a field trip, on a bus, or even to an after-school program without my John Hancock. So articulating these different type of points without jumping around, because I want to be mindful of time. We as people are more empowered than we even give ourselves credit for. I listen to these spaces, I be in the comments, and I hear no one speaking from a place of power. Having children, raising them, there was a standard, and my kids still follow that standard, even though I'm not their biological parent. And that standard is character first, because your character dictates how you are going to be perceived in the world and how people will respond to you. We as people of color, we misrepresent ourselves because we allow other people to speak for us without standing on any type of validation that we give ourselves. We have the judge speaking to us every day, giving us his time, and we have people questioning him, doubting him, not listening when he's giving us notes to take to our representatives, our congressmen and women who represent us. That inspired me so much that for the last 4 years, I have been sitting on the Los Angeles LGBTQ and Los Angeles Chamber of Commerce because I was sick and disgusted about the type of rhetoric, ideology, and fake policies they were trying to push on us as Californians. I was the youngest Black man to sit on those boards and in those meetings, and I started a young entrepreneurship program and a legislative advocacy committee and a heritage committee, because instead of sitting down and complaining, I decided to do something, because not only was I inspired, but I was empowered. And boy, did they hate that. They tried to do everything to get rid of me, and I stood 10 toes down. And I impacted my community in such a powerful way that when I left those positions, I left starting my own nonprofit, realizing that I can still impact the youth, teach them the Constitution. Is anybody passing out the Constitution, setting up free Zoom classes to teach young people the power of their vote, the history of why their vote matters. And I'm not trying to jump around, but I'm just trying to articulate a point that we are much more powerful than we give ourselves credit for. We have a judge here who is giving us rhetoric and giving us the transcripts to follow of how to hold our representatives accountable. It's not about all of this other salacious rhetoric that we get so caught up in, because at the end of the day, it takes strong men and women like the judge and like Dana and even like Miss Peoples to sit up there and say, where can I go to find the help? And instead of looking outside of ourselves, we need to look inside of ourselves. And I just wanted to come on here and say that because we act like we don't have the Freedom of Information Act, the Transparency Act. I said all Black people under IRFC code 772 can start their own bank through insurance and become their own Rockefellers and their own Rothschilds. Instead of constantly talking about other people, they could do it themselves, sustain their cities and fund their cities. Anybody in the city right now, 2 or 3 of you could start a chamber of commerce that could lead you up to Sacramento or wherever your legislative body is and start advocating right now today on policy. I've been to Sacramento as a young Black man, realizing I'm not scared to be here, but who else is here with me as I'm quoting the Constitution and people are looking at me crazy? I just want people to feel more empowered because, last point, we still have people in the South who are still fighting the Gullah Geechee wars, who are still trying to prove their inheritance to the land that they've been here, and they have no platform to speak. And I love people like you, Dana. I love people like the judge because you guys are doing the work, and we need to get more like you guys and use our platforms not for ignorance, not for tearing people down, but for building ourselves up because our children are watching. Our children are scared because they don't want to go to school because they're afraid that they might not come back themselves. And as a young Black man that has stood before PUSD and has even sat in LAUSD meetings, I will not be silenced. And I wish there were more men that would stand with me and more women because we could actually get more things done. And I swear this is my last point. I know you guys probably heard about Miss Alvarado Gill, who switched from Democrat senator to Republican. I don't know if that would be a good person for Miss Peoples to reach out to with her case and her situation because Miss Alvarado Gill was an educator and she is a senator and she might have more of a heart to want to help Miss Peoples for what she went through. But I realized I was in the room with Miss Peoples. We were getting letters because they tried to put the oldest boy on Ritalin and ADHD, knowing the effects on the heart and the brain that does for children. It causes heart attacks. And people protested and stood out. And you have parents being blood tested against their will and their rights. And all I'm saying is that we have got to do a little bit better with our organizing and supporting the people out there who are really doing something. And it's not because we're broke. It's not because we're working. It's like I worked. I worked. I started my own business. If it wasn't for Trump and the Platinum Plan, as I said in the comments, I don't think I would have ever been able to start my business and put my kids in my music videos to show them this is how you live your life. You could argue or you can make a change. And I'm going to land my plan there because I get passionate. But I respect you, Dana. I respect you so much, Judge. And I love everybody. But we got to get a little bit better with our organization. So that's all. Thank you.
I really appreciate
Son, that was most impressive. Let me give
Yeah,
you some
I concur.
points, just
Thank you.
limited points here. Okay, your idea about having to sign off on a field trip will probably be opposed by the state of California or those who do such things on the basis of what they call ex loco parentis.
Okay.
To defeat that comeback on ex loco parentis, which means they stand as a parent, there has to be a situation where the child is left in the care of these persons on a regular basis, not just for a few hours a day, but what may be days at a time, weeks at a time. So, in other words, while the child is with these people, the parent is not in a position to exercise parental authority. That most closely comes into play when you start talking about colleges and universities where somebody is staying on the dorms or they are full-time students. So the university or the college steps in the role of ex loco parentis. Now, you come back on that by saying when they're in elementary, junior, and high school, it's not ex loco parentis because they are not there full time. And when they are taken away from the immediate custody and control of the parent, you have to have the parent sign off on it, which gets you around this thing that Newsom put into effect when he signed off on it, that says a teacher in California who advises a parent that there is a sex change operation or something along those lines being contemplated relative to their minor child, it becomes criminal for a teacher to inform the student's parents. Now, I will point one other thing out. If you want some interesting background, pull up the California State Constitution and look up the University of California. Now, this was propounded in 1851. And when you read it and they start talking about the higher educational facilities and the educational facilities of California being used to develop what we would call human infrastructure, where the primary consideration is developing leadership, you will see that it mentions colored, it mentions Chinese, it mentions Mexican, it mentions other ethnic groups, and the need for these ethnic groups to have representation that amounts to leadership, and how it is paramount for the state to develop this or assist in its development. Look at that, and you may get some clues as to avenues that might be fruitful when you approach the problem that you are articulating.
I thank you so
You
much.
are articulating, if that helps. Now, that was technical, but that's to a pragmatic situation that needs a solution. Now, I pass the mic.
Yeah, I appreciate everything you said, Tori, and I'm glad my kids are no longer in school, because you have to be involved, and it's a lot of red tape, it's a lot of BS, it's sometimes it can be a lot of hassle, dealing with the public school system, which you have to go up against, but organizing is very important. Being on that PTA is very important. And like you said, you worked, but you still were involved. It's a lot of work and it's hard work. So every parent, needs to be like you and take that initiative. So I really do appreciate what you continue to do in California, honey. All the stuff that's going on, even with Miss Peoples, because she's, and I hope people do reach out to her. Oh, by the way, Judge, I don't know if she mentioned it to you. Sheree Peoples, she said that the email that she gave me to give out got hacked. So I said, wait a minute. When was the last time you used that email? She said a couple weeks ago. I said, so you haven't checked it since a couple weeks ago, but you checked it for the first time today. And I was like, yeah, it's because somebody saw you on the platform talking, and that's what they do. They hacked your email so that people cannot contact you to help you, because look at who you were talking about. So they hacked her email. And so I said I had to say, there are a lot of people out here who need help, who are not getting it, who don't have money like that. But if you do have the support from the people and organizing and focus more time to that instead of BS, we could get a lot of stuff done, and a lot of laws change, and a lot of public policies that's going to benefit everyone. I wanted.
Yeah, that's one reason you need to vote this administration out and don't let their ilk get back in. They're doing stuff like that. Everybody, this is getting widespread. It's like it's going through the grapevine. What happened? Got hacked. Well, what? Well, it came up. We were talking about. Well, see, that's not America. That's not supposed to happen. That's Nazi Germany, fascist Italy. That's communist Russia, communist China, communist Cuba, communist Vietnam, or Korea. That's not supposed to happen in the United States of America. But you have to remember that there is this driving engine to this far left. And it is a turn from the old 60s And it goes by any means necessary. And that's what they're doing. By any means necessary. They do not care. They'll try it if they think it will give them advantage.
Right. And I
So
think
we
we
have
the
to
people
stop
need
this.
to start having by any means necessary to push back against that. That has to start happening. So I want to ask you, Judge, why did California on prime time say that the state of California
Hello?
will pass on giving that bitch 482
Hello?
delegates? Can you hear me?
Hello?
All right.
Anybody
Can
there?
anybody else hear me?
We're here. I hear you, Dana. We're here, Judge. You don't hear us, Judge?
I can hear
I
Judge
couldn't hear
fine.
anybody at all.
I
It
can hear
just
y'all
went
fine.
dead.
Tell him to leave and
Okay,
come back.
so wait. So
I
Judge,
can hear you now. I can hear you now.
Can you hear me, Dana?
But everything just went dead. And that's
Wait,
been
wait.
happening an awful lot when we touch on a sensitive subject like this.
Right. But can you hear
Somebody's
me,
listening,
Judge?
believe
He
me.
can't hear me. Can somebody tell the judge he can't hear
Can you
me
hear
and for
her,
him to
Judge
drop down
Brown?
and come back up?
I can't hear Dana, but I can hear you.
All right,
Yeah.
tell him to drop down,
She
Sarah.
said drop down and come back. And you know what,
Okay,
Judge
let me
Joe? I
try
think
and get out and
I
come
think it's
back.
intentional.
It
I
is
think
intentional.
you
First of
know,
all,
I think
That's
it's
I said this
intentional.
Kamala. She's got you,
before.
Judge.
Yeah, drop down,
Screw
Judge, and
that
come right back.
heifer, that slut.
You behave, young man.
No, he don't
I'm
have to
not
behave
behaving.
because
I am doing
people
what's
gotta understand
necessary.
You
When you
behave, young man.
when you
That's
take
my
yourself,
dignified judge. He be
excuse
misbehaving.
me,
Wait, Sarah,
the
stop. Tell him to
courtroom
drop
reflects
down.
reality.
Drop
You ought to
down,
hear
Judge
what
Joe. Drop down and come back.
I will, but
You know
just a
Dana
short
get
little, just
annoyed
a short
easy.
little point. You'd be surprised at
What
what
is he
actually
talking,
happens and
Dana?
gets said in the courtroom. Now, that said, I'm going to drop out and come back up. But that no good slut is dealing with something that's bad, and she needs to be called out because she's putting herself in a position that is not one that depends on being ladylike. It's ruthless, and it's also a position where her finger hovers across and over that red button to which the launch codes apply that determine whether there's any more humanity left on this planet. Now,
Right.
we can't worry about niceties. We have to deal with realities. Now, I'm going to drop down and come back.
All right, perfect. Yeah, and
You
I
know
just
what,
want
Dana? I want to say something about her.
wait 1 second, just 1 second. This situation with the technology or whatever, this is not nothing new. His phone's iPad has been hacked, and it's been like that for a couple of months. When we do the show on YouTube, sometimes it drops and come back up. So, and then yes, when we was talking about Miss Peoples, when we interviewed Miss Cherie Peoples Monday, and I aired it on Monday, they hacked her email. So this is very intentional, and this is not the first incident. Very intentional. So he can't hear me, like he said. His phone dropped, and his phone went dead and came back. That's because his phone is hacked. So, and that's what I'm saying. People, like, it's not fun to organize. It's a lot of hard work. It's more entertaining to sit in spaces that talk about BS. But okay, invite the co-host. But it's necessary for people to start having that attitude by any means necessary, because that's the attitude that they have. Okay, what is going on? I sent you the co-host request. I sent you the co-host request, Judge. It should have came up. Okay, here you go. Okay, now you're a co-host. So I wanted to ask you, Judge, why did California withhold 482 votes?
Anybody have any ideas? Anybody's ideas?
She asked you a question, Judge.
Yeah.
You heard me, right?
Yeah, I heard you.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. You had a question.
Yeah. Why did California withheld the 482 delegates? They said we're a pass on giving Kamala Harris 482 delegates on prime time at the DNC convention.
Well, my theory on that is I was in California for 15 years when she was in one office or another. And if you lived out there, you had to suffer through it. So you know she's a fraud. I would put to everybody's attention, and I have posted about it. It's called One West Bank. George Soros owned One West Bank. Mnuchin was CEO for One West Bank.
That's right.
Just about every county in California, with the exception of the one that she was over, Alameda and then San Francisco, returned indictments against One West Bank and Mnuchin. There were 5,200 plus counts of indictment. Mnuchin, One West Bank, and in the process, what happened is when she got elected, she used her authority to consolidate all 5,200 plus counts of the indictments, and she dismissed them. And a few weeks later, Soros sold One West Bank for, I think, a net of $3.82 billion. And then they wound up raising a lot of money about this. And they got her in place to run for the U.S. Senate. And they are staunchly supporting her for U.S. president. Now, that's where it's going, and that's what happened in California. These 5,200 counts of indictments embraced a lot of ordinary people. And I had 3 neighbors who were in danger of or actually lost their residential properties because of the mortgage fraud that was involved. And these people are angry. And maybe there is a thing going on here, a reaction that people ought to pay attention to, which is, we know this witch. I don't care what you're talking about in terms of color scheme and who you are trying to pay off to support this witch. It's not a pretty thing when it comes to what's happened to the people who have had to depend on her and be victimized by her. That's what you may be running into. And I think that's got a great deal to do with them withholding their 482 some odd votes.
Oh, so the delegates who are we the people saying we're not just going to hand this shit over to you because you did a lot of stuff that damaged a lot of good people in the state, i.e. that One West Bank scandal thing.
Yeah, and that's not all. I mean, this kid that got $13.1 million recovery and damages because she kept him on death row, knowing that she had exculpatory evidence showing he was innocent until the Supreme Court of the state said you had to turn it over. This is over several thousand people who had served their time. She blocked them being released so they could give free labor fighting forest fires. This is the
Jamal,
same.
Yeah, what's his name? Jamal Love or something.
Yeah, Jabal Love.
So,
and see, this is.
I want to ask you though, who are the delegates? How is that? How are the delegates?
Well, it
created?
depends on the state. See, some states select who they're going to support by what they call caucus. Some have small level elections to determine delegates. Some states put the delegate offices on the ballots. That's why it's so hard to set up a third party, because you have to have people paid by the state to run the election process. So you have these differences in how the delegates are selected. And in California,
how is California delegates selected?
Well, here's the background for California. 54% of the state is Hispanic. 48% of the registered voters are Hispanic. So what's going on here is a situation where they might not like Miss Camilla. See, you also have stuff up in the Bay Area, uh, like Ms. Peoples, who got ranked out for just sheer self-advancement, put in jail, who had no business being put in jail, whose children not only were not truant, they were sick in the hospital. You have people like one situation I'm familiar with had a prosperous business, but because it was prosperous, some other people wanted to hold it up. And Kamala's solution was not get the crooks. It was closing down the legitimate business because it was a target for crime. See, there are a lot of people out there that say, "Oh, hell no."
Right. Okay, I see what you're saying. So I get, so this ain't no media, fake media trying to make her. You can't fake the delegates. You can't, like they faking the polls, or you got Barack and all these people saying we got to vote her in because we need to change that bullshit. You can't fake that. So California, 482.
That's the
She can't.
biggest state in
So
the union.
so wait a minute. So if she don't have 482 delegates, does she really get the nomination?
She can, but it's a protest and it's a message like, hey, something's wrong here. We're the biggest state in the union. This witch was out here with us, but we have no say so in whether or not she's selected to run for president and representing our party.
So one more thing, and then I'm gonna go to G Rich and God is. So maybe, do you think that we will see a bombshell drop and that rug pulled from underneath her?
I doubt it.
So eventually, you think California is going to give her them damn delegates?
They don't have to.
Oh.
I think they have 3,400 total, some approximately 3,400 delegates.
Okay. But that's just to let
And
her know, bitch, we know what you did here, so we ain't gonna support you. You go get the nomination from everybody else. We ain't gonna give it to you.
That's exactly what you're looking at.
And that goes to when you said earlier in this space, and I'm gonna come to you, G Rich. A lot of times your vote is like a protest when you voting against somebody, not voting for someone.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna
Hey,
go ahead, G Rich, and
and
then
you got
God
it.
is.
Thank you, Dana. Good evening, everyone. Judge, Dana, it's a pleasure to be back. It's a pleasure to be back with the fellow listeners. I've been joining in. I've actually was coming in because I just wrapped up my show, my live stream. I had Brother Rico on, and we were talking about this insanity that's going on in this country and the DNC, and some people need to wake up. To just briefly cap on this, Dana, too, I think the other thing is, when you ask Judge, is there going to be any problem like taking the nomination away from her? You got to realize this is part of the agenda where they're trying to push, and judges talked about this, having a female in the White House in some way, shape, or form to be president. Now, my thing too, I think with California, now California is the largest union in the state, but remember when she ran, largest state in the union, excuse me. I had a word salad moment. I had to slip up like Joe Biden. But
and Kamala.
And Kamala, or as Judge says, that come queen laughing hyena. But but what I was gonna say, oh God, I got distracted. Yeah. California, if you remember in 2020, when she ran for office there for the presidency, she finished fifth in the primaries. So she couldn't even get her home state of California. Nobody was really rocking with her. Uh, to other aspect that I'm looking at this too is that when I'm looking at and watching people dance and celebrate at the DNC, all of this is just as what you call, Judge, the bread and circuses going back to Julius Caesar. Everybody's excited. I saw Will Packer, the producer,
saying we got to just call it a wrap. The DNC, the presidency is over. They've won. This woman and her and this man Tim Walz, Tampon Tim, they have not put up one policy on their website. The last time I checked was a week ago. I have not seen any policies. I hear talking points is mostly what we get. They put no policies up, no descriptions of what plans they want to do. And they're rushing this woman on like it's being forced on us. That's all it's being forced on. It's being forced on us. You take Kamala or else. You take her or else. And don't be surprised. Let's just say this for the sake of argument, because when I mentioned this earlier today. I think Trump is going to win, but I would not be surprised. Let's say, for the sake of argument, Kamala Harris, Vice President Harris wins. There are going to be a lot of people that who don't look like us that are not going to be happy, because everybody that thought Joe Biden supposedly stole the election in 2020. How does someone who has the lowest approval rating, vice presidential approval rating in history, be forced to the front line, have less than a year, not even a year? She has less than about 4 or 5 months to run a campaign for the presidency, actually get all of the electoral college votes that she needs necessary. People gonna think something is up with that picture. I haven't seen any talking. I've seen mostly talking points. And to go back to that, the propaganda, I don't know if you saw this, Dana or Judge, but Steve Harvey was going in because Dr. Umar talked about how he was offered $10,000 supposedly to spread the message for Kamala. And Steve Harvey went on his radio broadcast and was like saying, I do this for free. If they come with $10,000, that's an insult. That can't even turn on my microphone. What he was saying, what Umar was saying, was he got offered 10,000. They're not going to likely offer Steve Harvey no $10,000. He says he hasn't been paid anything, but they go to these celebrities, to these radio hosts who have no black agenda, don't talk about black agenda, but they represent themselves as ambassadors for Black America. And they put them on and they make these remarks, they tell these jokes, but they don't do anything serious and substantive unless it's for the Democratic Party. And the bottom line is, they have not been the party for us. When we've asked for stuff, we get more of this entertainment with breads and circuses. And I'm frankly tired of it. I talked about the symbolism stuff. There's nothing of substance. And a lot of black men are waking up. A lot of black women are waking up too. So if I'm hoping, if and his in last point, if Trump wins, you're going to see a lot of these black radio hosts, these comedians, these celebrities, these actors and entertainers who are in those positions, like Joy Reid on MSNBC and so forth. Don't be surprised if they put her out of a job like they did Melissa Harris Perry. Al Sharpton is on the earliest. He's like early Sunday morning when nobody's watching. They put him there. He used to be on prime time after Trump won the election in 2016. They did a whitewash of the black stamp rubber stamps that were there co-signing everything. So I'm looking at this. I'm really just tired out by it. But black men are starting to waking up from this. I think Trump is going to get last elect. I don't recall, and maybe Dana, what was in 2020? What was the black vote he got overall between black men and women? I think he doubled it. He's probably going to get even more. And Roland Martin, I got to suggest this too. I was so proud of the brother who approached Roland Martin, because Roland Martin is a jerk. He goes on and he attacks black people, black men who don't think like him, and who don't push that Democratic agenda. and he called somebody out of their name who was actually doing the work. That brother actually got the Chase Bank to drop $1 billion in a black community. So why are you criticizing somebody that's active? If you have a problem with his votes, you don't like his political opinion, sit down and have coffee with the man and talk to him. You from Chicago? So he rolled up on him. He wasn't trying to fight him or anything. He just said, "You called me out my name. So why don't you talk that stuff you were saying now on the internet?" And then Roland was like a deer in headlights and had a woman get in between him. Real men don't allow that. But
We
push
saw it.
black back, family.
I want to comment to you, G. Rich. First of all, the black men were the ones that in 2020, Stacey Abram woke them up, and it's unfortunate. Black men are the ones that led us away from the. I ain't never been on the Democratic plantation, but unfortunately, the way they frame the media, black men are responsible for the black people leaving the Democratic Party. You know how they frame black men. You understand what I'm saying, sir? And what she's not doing anything because what they're banking on is that they hate that it's more hate for Trump than people are disenchanted with this woman. And also California, I'm very annoyed with the Trump campaign. They are sleeping on California. They keep coming out here to get money. Scott Presler's out here now. Trump was out here about a month ago. They keep coming for money, but they're not trying to get the vote. And Gavin Newsom has tore California down. California is prime for the riping. Prime. I stay in Scott Presler's DMs begging him to come out here. He could have taken California 6 months ago, but he never made an effort. I'm gonna stop there.
Yeah, I think they have. I thought. Here's another thing. My man Rico, who was on with me tonight, he even said Trump made a mistake with the vice presidential pick. Who he should have picked probably would have been Tulsi Gabbard, because Tulsi is, JD Vance. I mean, most vice presidential candidates don't impress it. I'm not impressed with JD Vance per se, but Tulsi is she's active in the military. She's a colonel. She actually busted Kamala Harris 4 years ago. She broke down her record. She had the facts and everything, and nobody could check
Well,
her
let me
on.
push back a little bit on you with that, and then I have you finish
Okay.
up, and I'm gonna go to God is, but I think one of the reasons why Trump picked JD Vance is because he does identify with rednecks,
Yeah.
I
with
like
the
JD Vance, y'all. I'm sorry.
with the thank you. He does identify with the rednecks, with the people, the white people that's like what you call the people that live in the Ozarks. He identified
Mountaineers.
with rural white people, but also he was a senator in Ohio, and his job is to make sure that he delivers Ohio to keep staying red. And I'm in Ohio. So it's more so strategic. But Trump did hire Tulsi Gabbard to work with him on his campaign. And I know she's gonna get a cabinet seat, which she should. So it was for his job is to make sure Ohio is red and the surrounding
Right,
states stay red.
but my thing though
May
too
I
is
make an
also you talking
observation
about the
too
female.
about?
Go,
May I
yeah,
make an
Judge.
observation quickly about Vance? He speaks well. He's
Yeah.
fast on his feet.
Right.
He's very articulate. He does not repeat himself. And guess what? He's got a Kamala in his home place with whom he's got quite a few children. She's a Hindu. She went to a major law school, Yale. She's done a whole bunch of community free pro bono work that actually help people out. She has not been a government employee her whole adult career, and she's smarter than Kamala. And I anticipate that he's going to make her a crucial part of the campaign process. And every time Kamala gets up and runs her ignorant mouth off, not a very intelligent woman, basic, average intelligence, yes, but one who has dedicated herself to sleaze and sleeping to the top. He's got a counterpart at home where if you let him loose, he can say, I know what she's about because I have one at home. And she's a fine, upstanding, moral, character possessing person who has actually used her profession in law to help out a lot of ordinary people.
Yeah.
Real,
But my
I'm
point
sorry.
with that, but my point.
Oh,
Well,
go ahead, G Rich, and then I gotta go to Goddess.
okay, I'll be brief. My point and what I'm saying with that, and what I think Rico was saying is that remember this though too. Tulsi is a former Democrat who busted Kamala Harris. Not to mention also she's actually a very attractive woman. So you could actually get a lot of they could have gotten even more some female votes from it. But yeah, I see the strategy that JD Vance, they were trying to keep Ohio because Ohio is a big swing state. And California, I don't think has gone red since Ronald Reagan ran in '84 against, was it Mondale when he
You're
won by
mistaken,
that?
sir. You're mistaken, and they sleeping on California, sir. Most
Yeah.
of the legal immigrants are conservative. They came here to work. They didn't come here for handouts. Okay, the conservative, the Western
Wait,
Europeans in Glendale and Pasadena. I'm in California. I'm a New Yorker in California. Many of them don't go vote because everyone thinks what you're thinking, sir. California has become. I'm a New Yorker in California. California has become a shit show. People are
that's
more
not what I'm
concerned about
saying,
their
ma'am.
money in their pockets.
You're misconstruing what I said. I
I'm sorry.
said
Go
that
ahead.
California. I said California has not gone red, meaning going a Republican presidential candidate that I can think of. If it was either Reagan or Bush, the first Bush.
I
I
understand
don't
what you're
think it.
saying. I understand what you're saying, but what I'm
But
saying to you is the Trump campaign has not made an effort to come
I
here.
hear that.
Right. And so what I'm saying, sir, is that people are very complacent. Okay. I'm talking about how people public confidence, how they feel about what's going on. I poll people. Okay. First of all, sir, I'm building a black party. I've been a conservative as long as I can remember. Okay. I'm saying to you, I poll people, I engage with a lot of people. Many are conservative Republican. Yeah, there is a huge Democratic Party here, but that is the mindset. Do you understand what I'm saying?
He
I
understands what you're
understand what you're
saying.
saying, but that's
What
not
he's
what I'm
saying is
talking about,
California
ma'am.
turns blue for the presidency,
Right.
even though you've had Republican governors as well. So he's not going against what you're saying. He's talking about the presidency. So let him finish up because I need to go to God
Right.
is.
Yeah. And I think, well, yeah, and I'll just wrap up in the next. Just give me less than a minute. I'm gonna wrap up because I know you have other listeners. It's always a pleasure to talk with you all. But yeah, I think certainly what's gonna happen. I want to ask a question to Judge. Do you think that if, let's say, Kamala Harris does win, let's for the sake of argument, how do you think that's gonna affect Black people in this country on that day? Do you think there are going to be people who suspect she stole the election and people are going to riot and so forth? Do you think that's a possibility?
I don't think there's going to be riots.
Okay.
I think there is a massed body of people who are usually not counted. And I don't think there's any way they're going to buy the legitimacy of a Kamala Harris victory.
Right.
And that group owns most of the 20-some million semi-auto carbines that have been sold in the last 7 or 8 years. And a good chunk of the 402 million firearms that are possessed in this country. And I don't think it's going to be very pleasant what happens if they get mad. I do not see a civil war wherein states secede from the Union. I do think that there's likely to be some severe civilian unrest that is not going to be very pretty at all.
Right.
I don't think it will be pretty at all.
All right, I want to go to God is.
And
Oh,
thank you,
go ahead. I
Dana.
know you just finished.
That's what I think is going to happen, because I do not think based on what these characters have been saying, that they're going to be able to sell, even if it was legit. I do not think they could sell a Kamala Harris victory to a very significant and armed portion of the American Republic.
Thank you, Judge. And just one last thing, Dana. Did you see that thing called Free the Womb?
No.
Oh, yeah, they were giving out. Planned Parenthood was out there.
Oh, yeah, we spoke about that earlier too.
Yeah.
All right, let me go to God is. Go ahead,
But real
God
quick,
is.
G Rich.
No,
they
ain't no real quick.
let me
I
real
gotta
quick.
go to God is.
But I just want to
Stop.
say January
No,
6th.
I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. God
Okay.
is, you have the floor.
Appreciate you, Miss Dana, and shout out to the judge. I have two really quick questions because Judge mentioned third parties and the difficulty with it. So I've been following the RFK campaign. So my question is, let me say this: where they poll Kamala and she's trash, Trump and RFK in states, RFK seems to be taking away a bigger percentage of Trump votes, which is actually ushering Kamala into a victory, based on the polling that I'm seeing, where he gets between 5 and 10% of the vote, let's say. And some of these are battleground states, so it's actually really, really critical in the last 90 days or whatever it is to the election to kind of understand what's going on here. Have you ever heard anything negative about RFK, his character, shady things that he's been involved in? And then the other question is, and this is really something that, again, I've been paying attention to. It was made aware and apparent during the first Trump administration, but this time it's actually kind of elevated to a whole nother level, where the rabbis over there and possibly over here as well have this biblical philosophy prophecy, wherein which things like him being shot in the right air, things like him moving their embassy to Jerusalem, they're connecting him to this King Cyrus prophecy. They're saying he has Davidian lineage, and they ultimately believe that he's going to usher in some type of biblical prophecy that brings back their Messiah, which they are actually calling him the Messiah, meaning that he's going to usher in the real Messiah. Do you have any awareness of any of that at all?
Yes, I do. The Messiah I don't want to speak for Jews, but as I understand it, the Messiah in Hebrew lore was a warrior, a general, a war leader, somebody that would lead the people in a conflict, not somebody that would say, turn the other cheek. Now, that being the case, there is a strong position that might be taken saying they think Trump will be the one. They look at him as being somebody that can impose order. See, I'll say this. Tulsi Gabbard might have been good with her military background, but you have Vance, who was in a combat arm, and he was on the ground getting shot at. Gabbard was a colonel, reserves, and she wasn't getting shot at. There's something about this thing of being shot at that gives one a unique perspective on things. And we have lacked for a long time somebody that had that kind of thing. It's a good thing where you have this confidence in your personal courage and bravery, so that you feel no shame, no twinge about getting somebody to follow you to hell and back. And Trump, by circumstances of that attempted assassination, he got a chance to prove to himself and to a whole lot of other people that he had the balls. So he got it. And there's been nobody that doesn't have that really made a great war leader. You can look back, Washington, Andrew Jackson's a piece of shit, but he was a great war leader. You got Ulysses Grant. You got Abraham Lincoln, was served in the military briefly, but he had it. You've got all of these people who come into play where they had what it took to deal with this. Eisenhower, Truman, you see. So we need somebody like that. And if the Hebrew community says this is who we have, you have somebody who is a friend in court, so to speak, with the world's most powerful nation when it comes to Armageddon. It's interesting.
Real quick, Black First and Judge Sarah, can you drop down a listener because I need to bring up two people.
I don't want to. I don't want
really
to.
don't. I'm asking you to.
No, but I want to have closing remarks, please.
Well, I'll bring you back up when we do closing remarks. We're not doing closing remarks right now.
Okay.
I'll drop down, Ms. Dana. And then could I just follow up with the RFK? Any bad news about his character anywhere?
The only thing I'd say about it is he is a Kennedy. And if you want to find out what Kennedy is about, there's two things. Watch Marlowe with Liam Neeson. It was on a couple of years ago. You can get it online. And the gangster that's in there, the person that was the American ambassador to England, that's Joe Kennedy. And then if you can go online and get the movie Road to Perdition with Tom Hanks, the gangster that Tom Hanks's character worked for was Joe Kennedy. He was an Irish Catholic mobster in the Boston area. And what he did was he kept the Negroes in line and kept them from the lucrative jobs in the warehouses and on the docks, which didn't require education, just hard labor. He also allegedly performed a lot of the hits for Al Capone. And the family has had a series of disasters through multiple generations that might be, if you accept such things, the karmic result of what Joe Kennedy did to set them up and then decide that he was going to become boule, so to speak, in an Irish way, and become refined and wanted to be the American
Hey,
ambassador.
OG, I don't mean to
England, which
interrupt.
he
But I
became.
don't like how you're speaking on the African community and shit.
What the hell is that? And what has that got to do with the subject?
Oh, I thought I wasn't muted. I said that was a nigger.
Oh. Well, anyway.
All right, I'm sorry, Judge.
Bottom line is that there's a lot of bad history with the family. And quite frankly, everywhere they've gone, that bad history tends to follow. Even the one that was the senator for so long, that was Chappaquiddick, you know, that kept him from being president. So maybe our karma doesn't need to be any further entwined with that. And the problem with Kennedy is he's not a bad person individually. He just is in a situation where it is impossible literally for him to win the presidency, but he's in a position where he sure enough can screw it up for the rest of the country and allow Kamala and Tampon Tim to sneak in.
All right, so I want to go to Katie Woody, then L Hotep. And I appreciate I appreciate when he comes up, say what he gotta say, and he always bounces. So I want to go to Katie. There's a couple of people that was up here, but then they dropped out. Go ahead, Katie.
All right, appreciate that, Miss Dana, and It's an honor and a privilege to be talking to you, Judge Joe Brown.
Thank you.
I want to be brief and I want to be long on here. I just want to hit some quick notes. Y'all previously talked about with the pick for Trump's vice president, Vance. I think it was just basically strategically well played. And far as with Tulsi Gabbard, I think that she would make an excellent Secretary of State simply because of her background in the military and her background in foreign affairs. And then I think that she would do an excellent job on that. One more thing, and I'm gonna get off of here. It's I think it's a shame the fact that how the Democratic Party is continually pandering to people of color and wide range of problems with the borders wide open, high inflation, and people barely making it. And to basically bypass the process that they enacted and the rules that they created, they bypassed that and just disenfranchised 14 million voters and just disregarded that, which is, I believe, and honestly, I don't know if I'm right or not, that it was unconstitutional for them to do. But if I think this type of Democratic Party now is not only extreme, they are extremely dangerous, and they are taking us down a rabbit hole that we might not even think about even recovering from. So, yeah, I just wanted to put that out there, and just it's good talking to y'all tonight.
Thank you, sir. And you stated the problem succinctly. They're taking us down a damn rabbit hole that we may not get back from. If you are a student of history, go study what happened in at the end of the Weimar Republic in Germany when it started becoming Nazi-ish. And you see so many of the things that the Nazis did that are being done now by the Democratic Party. And the Nazis had a motivation about the super race, which is not a religious thing, but a philosophical thing. And that's the same kind of stuff that you get out of the Democratic Party with their captivation with the rainbow, not homosexuality. I'm not getting on people for being homosexual. I'm talking about this philosophy of nihilism. And you even have the not just clues, but the signpost where Kamala Harris talks about joy, strength through joy. That's what she calls it. Those are the exact same words that the real Nazis used for their program, strength through joy. And it was used to ensnare and propagandize the German people for this corrupt and filthy ideology that they had. And that's exactly what we have right now. These people cannot be trusted because the rules are not perceived by them to be valid. They are operating on a by any means necessary premises, including abandonment of all rules of decency, appropriate conduct, and decorum. It is not healthy. Now I pass the mic.
Who is that? Who's that person? Oh, that was that Katie? Yeah.
Yeah, that was me.
Okay. Anything else you want to say before I move on to the next speaker?
No, I'm good. I mean, I'm just enjoying the conversation, and I just wanted to tap in. You know, I'm gonna be following you and checking you out. I mean, this is the type of conversation that we really need to have. And shame on whoever was that interrupted the judge with that foolery. It ain't a time for that. This is serious times. So this is serious time for serious conversations. And that foolery was unacceptable. But yeah, I'm good though. Yeah, y'all go ahead and continue.
All right, appreciate you. El Hotep.
Hello. Oh, hey, how's it going, Miss Dave? How's it going, Judge? Hope everything is good.
Good.
I just wanted to ask two quick questions.
All right, sir.
Um, Judge, I don't know if you well, I don't know if both of you guys seen this or talked about it. But Judge, I want to find out if you know or if you've ever met James Clyburn. The reason why is because he recently compared Joe Biden to MLK. I just kind of wanted to get your thoughts on that, or if you've ever met him, and how close do you guys think this election is going to be? And then Dana, I wanted to ask you from your perspective, you being a female, do you see the programming being? Because I see the programming like they're trying to get women to vote for Kamala just based off that she's a woman. And it's ironic to me that some of the people that are saying this, when Obama was president, they were defending that, Obama's married to a strong black woman and stuff like that. And they were saying, thank God he's married to a black woman. What I find ironic is now that they're defending Kamala going to a HBCU, being a part of the D9, and they're solidifying that as her being black. And it's kind of weird to me that these were the same people knowing that if Obama was married to a white woman, they would kind of have disdain for that. So I kind of wanted to get your opinion on that because I see a lot of female influencers pushing that narrative that you need to support Kamala because she's a woman, she's black, and if you don't, they're shaming you. And then, Judge, I wanted to get your opinion on how close this election might be and James Clyburn and him comparing Joe Biden to MLK.
Clyburn's a piece of shit. He's an opportunistic piece of shit. And he ought to be put someplace in a corner for the damage he's done to the black cause and to the cause of decency in this country. That said, let's put it this way. If you took the position that these foolish women take, that you should vote for somebody just because of their gender, female, then if we took that principle as valid, nobody would ever vote for a woman who is a man. We'd all vote men exclusively. And that would mean that if you couldn't talk about Kamala because she was a female, then we couldn't talk about her asshole of a running mate, Tampon Tim. Now, do we have license to talk about a candidate that's male? Yes. Why don't we have the same license to talk about a candidate who's female? After all, the position sought is the most powerful in the world, with possession of the nuclear launch codes, with command as commander-in-chief of the nuclear ballistic missile submarines hiding under the Arctic ice that hold the rest of the world enthralled with blackmail. This is what we have. This is commander-in-chief. Who's going to resolve this mess over in the Middle East? Who's going to deal with the Arabs? Who's going to deal with Ukraine? Who's going to stare down Putin? Xi Jinping? Who's going to do this? And do you think either of these individuals, any of these individuals, is going to give a flying damn about whether or not she nominally wears a skirt? And if she's going to put herself in that kitchen to cook in that kitchen, she damn well ought to be able to handle the heat. And we need to test her, because this isn't an exercise in parlor protocols. This isn't an exercise in charm school. This is life or death, and a lot of people stand to live or die behind this. We can't have this kind of hypocrisy, or we can handle this, so we need to be allowed to become, but it's unfair for you to treat her like she's not a lady. Now, if she's a goddamn slut, then treat her like one, because she's gone as far as she can get sleeping her way any further.
When Nancy,
no, that's the reality.
Well, have you ever met Clyburn, Judge? You said yeah.
No, I haven't.
Um,
He's a piece of
well,
shit.
that he
And I
is.
judge people by their deeds, not necessarily whether they smile in the face. And the way he smiles is shit too.
Real quick,
He looks like with that shit eating expression.
why do you think he's tap dancing so hard?
Because he's a tap dancing house Negro. He's one of those that, see, the Democratic Party really knows its Negroes. This is the party of slavery. It's instinctively in them. They know how to handle their Negroes. They're like coming from one of these families that has been breeding horses for years. They know ponies.
Someone likened
And
them
what
to
they do is
slave
they know
catchers.
how to,
Someone called them
they
slave
know how to
catchers.
deal with, I ain't talking about slave catching. I'm talking about the ones that knew how to handle their house Negroes who were happy to be up in there and who they sicked on somebody when they became good bed wenches and moved to the third floor of the plantation house, got gray in their head, and then they made them super mammies to go handle the rest of the Negro slaves. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh,
and that's
sorry.
exactly what they have. They got bed boys and bed wenches. And Clyburn is a bed boy.
Well, to answer your question about why are women so gun ho to vote for her because she's a woman, that's what the question was, right?
Yeah.
It's exactly that. I mean, the feminist movement is stronger than it ever was. So, you know, and they are indoctrinating younger girls. If you look at it, when you look at all of the programs in the school, is catered to girls, and especially when you talk about black girls versus black boys, they cater more to the black girls than the black boys. So that's where this nation, you know, is. The feminist movement is just stronger than ever. And I said this earlier in the space in the beginning that 95% of the American population is like a popularity contest. They don't vote on policy issues. They vote on likability. They allow the media to, you know, manipulate them into thinking who is better, who is not. So women are galvanizing together because, yeah, we're tired of chauvinistic men, and women, we could rule too. You know, we could rule a country. We could be part of the leaders of the new world. We could do what a man does. So maybe that's the case, because when Hillary Clinton ran, I did vote for Hillary because I said, and this is why, it wasn't because she was a woman. It was because she was a longtime politician. And I thought that because, okay, she was Secretary of Defense under Secretary of State under Obama. She was senator. So she knows politics, but that was her problem, lifelong politician. And I had looked at Trump like, are you serious? This is the guy from The Apprentice. He's in real estate. And when he won, and then you start seeing how he was running the administration, right? And how what was going on in this economy, that's when I was like, oh, okay, I had it wrong. So with that said, so majority of women now, you have to understand, they are not, and people, period, they are not voting for policies. They are voting for likability. And the feminist movement is stronger than ever before. And I don't think it's just going to evaporate. But they want to label men as being the bad guy or whatever. Yes, we have chauvinistic pigs. Yes, we have assholes, but there are a lot of women who are assholes too. So it's like the battle of the gender, which is somewhat of a problem. So it's just that it's about popularity, and it's of people allowing themselves to be manipulated by the media. But Kamala Harris is not qualified. If Kamala was a man with that same resume, would not be qualified to be president.
And that's where I find this
She's
interesting.
not qualified.
Let me say something about Hillary. She was down here in Arkansas for most of the time I've been in Tennessee, which is 50 plus years. She was a mediocre, run of the mill civil lawyer. Her husband was 5-term governor of the state of Arkansas, one of the most corrupt in the country. And she used influence through him to become temporarily a senator, and she had this office. She didn't exhibit any particular proficiency in either. And some of the things she was directly responsible for as Secretary of the State are just inexcusably incompetent. But I'll get away from that and get back to this. When you operate on the basis of something being legitimate because it amplifies your hate, you're way wrong right there, because that's not a sufficient basis to do anything positive, and we need something positive. What we do have, unfortunately, is a habit and a proclivity to ignore competence. We do not talk about the ability to do something. We talk about a status conferring a position. And that's like what screwed up the world back 100 years ago, 120 years ago, before we got to that horrendous meat grinding thing known as World War I. It was because of a person's status, not capacity, not ability, not demonstrated excellence, but the fact that they came from royal blood, or in this case, because they are feminist. That's supposed to qualify somebody for a position. It does not. There is more to it than that. And if that's all you're trying to deal with, then you're dead wrong on the front end, and it's a disaster. So the other point on that is, right now, according to the U.S. Department of Defense, 82% of the American citizens who are 20 years of age and younger, all ethnicities combined, were born out of wedlock. When I look at the degenerate behavior on a large scale in this country amongst the youth, when I look at this purgatory that is in the inner cities, and I look at what the women have done being the sole parent, not because they got left for the most part, but because that was by choice. They didn't want to be bothered. They failed. So you had your opportunity to do something, but you effed it up. You failed. Now, you want us to sit there and say, because you happen to be a woman, you deserve some chance to be president? Well, hell, I deserve to have the inflation rate reduced. I deserve to have my investments more secure. I deserve to have better health care. I deserve to be free from this wide open southern border down there that is bringing in all kinds of hell that's about to be paid. So, what is more important?
Well, let me add this, because do I believe that a woman can be president of the United States of America, if we want to talk about women or man? Yes, but the right woman, because it's not about whether you're a woman or a man, it is about the right person. And I think one of the reasons why a lot of women are supporting Kamala Harris, because maybe they believe that, because one of the main reasons why we never had a woman president was intentional, i.e., or discriminating against someone because of their sex. I'm not saying that's the case, but I believe that's what majority of these women and young women are believing, which is why they are pushing behind Kamala. However, can a woman ever be president of the United States of America? Yes, not because she's a woman, because she has to be the right person.
Okay,
Can I make a comment about the feminists?
Margaret.
Not right now.
Margaret, let me put something to you. Margaret Thatcher was Prime Minister of England, and she got some notoriety, but actually her performance in office was horrible. And one of the worst problems that they never really posted about, but you can find out if you research it thoroughly, she really lacked what was necessary to be in charge of England's military
Let me ask you this
when it
question
was
real quick.
engaged in
Look,
active
let me ask you
combat.
this about
And
Margaret
just
Thatcher.
one last point here.
Wait,
One
wait, wait,
last
wait,
point.
wait, wait. Let me ask you this question though. Have there ever been a prime minister who was just as bad as Margaret Thatcher or made mistakes?
They didn't last long,
I know that, but have there ever been? Yes,
probably,
there have
but for
been.
the most
But
part,
the
well,
point
let
that
me
I
say
so what
this.
I'm trying to just make
Let me
clear.
say
No, wait,
this.
wait, 1 second. Let me
I'm
let
gonna
me just say
address
this.
that.
Let me just say this. 2 seconds. So it's not because she didn't fail because she was a woman. She fell because she fell for XYZ. If people want to, if you're measuring whether she was good or bad or what have
Okay,
you.
you might put it this way. Forget prime minister, because England, fortuitously for itself, always had fairly competent prime ministers when it was at war. Because prime ministers are not elected as such, they are simply members of parliament whose parties have collectively elevated them to prime ministers. You might consider the effect of their queens. There are two of them. Queen Elizabeth the First, whose reign embraced the would-be Spanish invasion and the assault by the Spanish Armada, and also Queen Victoria, who presided over England during times of peace for the most part, becoming the largest empire ever in world history. Now, were they leaders, or did they simply serve a purpose at the time when there was great volatility in their political circumstances, and they provided stability, wherein the prime ministers, who were invariably capable, operated Great Britain?
Well, but
Now,
there were a
that's more likely
time
to be the
when
case.
Queen Elizabeth, King Henry VIII daughter, she was the ruler. They're like the so
Yes, but
let me say something.
I know, but
Can I
she
finish
didn't
my
operate
sentence?
the machine.
The
Didn't operate the machine.
Parliament, it really controls what goes on in England, and not the king or queen now. But it was a time where the king and queen controlled, and it wasn't parliament, but it switched. So I'm not getting into all that. Only thing I'm saying here is they have been prime minister. This was that one prime minister, I forgot his name. He didn't last long, and he made the stupid decision trying to go to war with Egypt. I forgot his name, and he ended up getting sick or whatever. There have been men in leadership positions who failed, who did not know what they were doing, who just wasn't good, right?
Well,
Now,
yeah,
let me
but England
finish.
has
Let
a
me
different
make my
system.
point real quick.
Go ahead.
So she did not fail because she was a woman. If she fell, I never paid too much attention to Margaret Thatcher, but she was not put in that position because she was a woman. See, the sex had nothing to do with it. As opposed to Kamala Harris, they're making it about her sex. When you make it about the sex, that's a problem. When you make it about what are you going to do, or your resume, or maybe your experience or lack of, or whatever the case may be, okay, that's different.
Well, even look in the one thing you have to say to take the context, and I'll get off of this. In England, you don't have regularly scheduled elections where the schedule has to be kept. Whoever the coalition is, whatever the coalition is, can call for a special election, and everybody's got to go stand for election, even if it's just 3 weeks, 3 months after the last one. Technically, they usually don't do it that quickly. They have regularly scheduled elections, but whenever there's a controversy, somebody can say, we're calling for an early election because there's a lack of confidence in our system. So if a prime minister is really bad, he doesn't stay in long because they have a special election. And what winds up happening is the prime minister does not come up for election. All of parliament comes up for election, and the country gets to choose a new set of parliamentary representatives. And the representatives select whoever is going to be the prime minister. If one party does not win the majority, then it sets up a coalition with other minority parties until you get a majority coalition, and then that coalition selects somebody. And that's how Margaret Thatcher got in. The fact that she was a woman played a great deal to do with her being acceptable to this coalition that was in place because no one party got the majority.
She wasn't the
It
only
was
one that got
fortuitous.
put in that position in that way.
Yeah, I know, but it was fortuitous.
No, but
a war.
see, she was. No one made exceptions to her because she was a woman.
Well, the point is when she was in place, it was safe. That matter
I don't
with
care,
the
but it's not
Falklands
because
had
she
not
was
developed.
a woman. That's my point.
I know, but the point is she couldn't cut it as a
I
military
don't
commander.
care,
The war,
but it's not because
the
she was
war,
a woman.
look,
Because now you're trying to say
here's the
that.
problem. Let me put
Because
it
no,
this way.
because
Let me
what you're
put it
trying
this
to
way.
say without even saying
No, I'm
it,
going to put it to
only
you
men
candidly.
make better decisions when it comes
No,
to the
I'm going to put
military.
it to you candidly. I'm going to put it to you candidly. The President of the United States is Commander in Chief of the Armed Services. Now, if there's a gang fight on the streets, do you think the gangsters are going to have a woman leading them into the knife fight,
I'm not
shooting
doing
matches
that.
on the street?
I'm not doing that. I'm
No,
not
that
doing that.
is what
No,
it is.
because
No, that
no,
is
the
what
reason
it
why I'm not
is.
doing that with
No,
you,
that is
and the
what
reason
it
why we're not
is.
going to have that
So
conversation,
that
if
is
that's
what it
wait,
is.
hold on. If that's the case, then there should be no women governors. Then there should be no women mayors. There should be no women in Congress. So basically what you're saying is there should be no women in leadership. And that's just not a fact.
That's an extrapolation you
No,
can
I'm
take,
not.
but
And
let me
I
put
don't.
it this.
And we're
Let me put it
deterring
this.
off the
Let me put
subject
it this
here.
way.
Can a
Let me
woman
put
be
it
in
this way.
leadership
Let me
position?
put it this
Yes, she
way.
can.
The fact. Let me put it to you succinctly. The fact of the matter is that sometimes there are periods of safety and relative prosperity where that can be afforded.
Every man
Women
that's
can
in
make
position of
women can
leadership
make
are
look,
not.
excuse me.
There are a
Look,
lot of cowards.
look.
They're not picking
Look,
up a gun.
excuse me. I
They're
know
not
that, and they
soldiers.
die quickly. They
We're
die
talking about
quickly, or they don't make it.
politicians. They're not
I know. I'm
soldiers.
not talking. Look. The point is, our Constitution says the commander in
You have a
chief, the
problem with
chief
women in
military
leadership. Just say
commander,
that.
the
Just say
chief
you have a
naval
problem with women in
commander.
leadership.
Excuse me. Let me finish. The chief man or woman has command of the military of the United States. This person can supersede, override, promote, demote all of the generals and admirals involved. Essentially, he or she is the war leader. And the problem is that you have somebody in this hypothetical condition because most of the time the United States has not been involved in an active war. Right now, it's not in a declared war, but there's sure enough a bunch of shoot 'em ups that have occurred over the last 30 years. We have been in war, shoot 'em up war, out of the last 24 years since the start of the 21st century. We have been in a hot war situation for 21 out of those 24 years. That's the longest in the history of the United States of America.
Even
And
if,
what you're
Judge, what I'm
talking
saying is, even if we were going to war, politicians are not soldiers. We're talking about politicians.
Some of them are.
We're talking about politicians. I'm not talking about
Some
the
of
one.
them
I'm not
are.
talking about the 5 out of the thousands who are politicians. Politicians in general are not soldiers. And your
Well,
comments,
look at the
and I gotta
United
agree with
States.
OG
Well,
Patrice,
let's just
your
examine the
comments are
United States.
teetering on being chauvinistic.
Excuse
And this
me.
is exactly what I'm
Let's
talking about. So wait,
let's
let
look
me
at
say this, because we're getting way off topic here. And this is why a lot of these young girls and grown women are supporting Kamala blindly because of statements that you're making.
I know that. And the problem is this. we have had people who have been military commanders or who have military experience of some sort who have been commander in chief with each
I'm
and
not talking
every
about
single
commander
war.
in chief. I'm
No, I'm
talking
talking
about
about each.
politicians.
I'm not.
Stop moving the goalposts.
It's no.
You're moving the
Excuse me.
goalposts.
The president of the United
I'm not
States,
talking about. I'm
the
not even
first
talking about the
one.
president of the United States because you brought up Margaret Thatcher. She's prime
No,
minister.
no. Wait. Time out. Let's get back to what your fearless leader is. He is the alpha.
I'm not talking
When
about
you have
that.
a
I'm not.
human
No, you're
alpha,
moving
when
the
you no, we
goalposts.
can't get around. That's myth.
You're moving
That's
the
myth.
goalposts. You're moving the
No, I
goalposts.
am moving the goalpost back to where
No,
it actually is.
then
You're
get off of
asking young
women
men.
in leadership.
You're
Then
asking
let's
young
move
men.
on. Then let's
You're
move
asking.
on.
No, you can't move
Let's
on.
move
That's
on
part
from
of the
My
this. This
resistance.
is not even a topic.
That's part of the resistance to this
My
idea.
turn, Judge.
The
Move
men
on
are
from the
not
topic
buying it.
because you are
The men
teetering
are
on
not
chauvinistic
buying it.
statements.
I don't
And you're
care if it's
moving the
chauvinistic.
goalposts.
I don't
Right,
care
so
if it's
just say you don't,
chauvinistic.
just come out and say, just to keep it short, you don't want women in leadership positions.
That's not what I
Right,
said.
you saying everything else
I
but
said
that.
when the leadership position embraces a military
I
characteristic.
don't
No.
Can I
care.
say something to end on this real quick, and then I'm gonna drop
the
out.
men
No,
do.
think black
The men
able to be
do.
in leadership.
no, and I need to go, to Stacks, and I need to go to Trust. So, and El Hotep, you the one who
But
brought
I
this
want to
up.
go. I
Wait,
came
one
early
second,
so I
one
could
second,
talk.
one second, Judge Sarah. The question that El Hotep asked was to me, wasn't even to you, Judge, but you chimed in on it. But let me end it because the question was to me specifically. He wanted my opinion and how I felt about women following Kamala Harris. But you did insert yourself. And that is one of the main reasons why millions of young and older women are supporting her because of that. They don't give a damn that this woman is actually a piece of shit. They don't care if she slept her way to the top. It is actually because of what you just displayed, how men insert themselves because they think they know better.
Now,
and I'm not saying you directly, Judge. I'm just saying men in general. So that question was to me, and I would like to move on to Stats because they have been waiting patiently.
I have been waiting
How about
patiently.
just please
15 seconds.
can you
15
do me
seconds.
one
I'm gonna
favor,
take.
Judge,
Hold
and
on.
not
Hold on.
can you just do me
Hold
do
on.
me this one favor
Hold on.
and just don't comment
Hold
on
on.
it right now, please.
Hold on.
Can I
I'm
just
not
have
gonna
the
say
last word
much.
with that?
I'm just gonna make a
No,
statement.
actually no.
Every single listen to
No,
me.
I don't want to
Every
listen to you when it
single
has to do with
listen.
women in
Just
leadership.
listen.
I don't.
Listen. This is what I'll.
No,
This is all
because
I
the
gotta
question
say.
was to me, not to you.
I'm not arguing.
Why is it
I'm
that
just
you gotta
making a
have the
statement.
last word on a question that was
I'm not
answered
making
for
the
me?
last word. I'm making a statement.
But
of
why
fact.
do you have to make
Every
a statement
single
when
empire
something was
or
asked of
nation
me?
that has existed on this planet has failed
I
and
don't
fallen.
care. I
Now,
want to move on to
do
the
you
next.
want it
Can
to
we
fall
please
or
move
do
on
you
to the
want
next
it to
speaker?
succeed? You can have all of this philosophical nonsense you want, but the question is, does your country stay healthy or does it
That's
fail?
fine.
That's
But the
issue.
question was for me, and I want to have the last
I got
say
it.
so to that
Okay,
question.
go ahead.
Can I have that?
Go ahead.
Can
Women
I have
can-
that?
Go ahead.
Thank you.
I
And
appreciate
like
that,
I
Dana.
said,
Appreciate
that is exactly why women now are supporting Kamala Harris. Even some women who are Republicans supporting Kamala Harris because of that, because they're tired of men inserting themselves as if they know better and all
Well, that's because
things.
they're immature and they don't know how
Whether
to deal
you
with the men.
agree with it or not,
Because
whether
they're
you are a
feminine and
woman
not
and you
feminine.
agree or
If they
disagree,
was
I didn't
mature,
ask
they
for
would
you.
know how to
I
deal
didn't
with
ask you
men.
to speak, Judge Sarah. I don't need a peanut gallery right now. I really don't, because I need to move on to stats.
I want to talk
So
about the feminist part, though.
But I don't care. We're not talking about the feminists. That's not even a topic.
No,
So
I wanna...
that was a conversation. Why the fuck are you still talking?
Oh, come on.
That was a conversation.
Dana, come
No,
on.
I'm
Dana,
Judge,
come
please
on,
just stop.
Dana.
I'm moving on to the next speaker. I'm moving. He asked me a question. I want to be the last person to answer it. And the only thing I'm saying is that is exactly why women are supporting her, whether you agree with it or not. That is the reason why El Hotep.
It may be, but it doesn't
And here
mean
you
it'll
go.
be
You
successful.
gotta have the last fucking word.
It doesn't mean it'll be
It
working
doesn't
out as a
fucking
success
matter. And this
story.
is why women, this is why
Oh, it
women are
does.
doing what they're doing. Whether they don't give a
Well,
damn
they
whether it's
can do
morally
what they
right or
do,
not.
but the
This
country
is why
can
women
fall.
doing what they're doing, because
I know.
men gotta constantly think they know better in all things. And you
Well,
know what?
here's the point.
Sometimes the best thing to do is just be quiet and just let the other person just have that last word.
Okay, well,
Because you
that's a
know what that
female
does?
thing. You
That
want the last
actually
word, but the rest of the world doesn't give a damn
shows
about it.
true
Do you think
leadership.
Xi Jinping
That
cares? Do you
actually
think Putin
shows
cares?
true leadership when you let that other person have that last word. That actually shows true leadership. But you just can't help
Okay, and
yourself.
that's
Matter of
pandering.
fact, Just
That's
Sarah, you
called
can unmute
pandering,
yourself
Dana.
and talk. You can unmute
Thank you, Judge
yourself
Joe
and
Brown.
talk.
I want to talk about this, and you guys listen to what I'm saying, because y'all keep on having topics, and I came early.
No,
so
I keep on being interrupted. I'm trying to go to the next
Well, I want to
speaker.
say this to you about, okay, in terms of Kamala Harris, the reason why they are leveraging her being a female is because she does not have any other redeeming qualities. That's the only way that they can market her. Originally, I always believed that they had planned for Biden not to run. They had planned for Newsom. Newsom has been shadowing him for 2 years. Newsom has done a horrible job in California, so he already has a bad reputation. In terms of who she is, first of all, the first time I heard Judge Joe Brown call her a frat hoe, I'm not a feminist, but as a female, that can be a bit off-putting. But when you hear her speak, when you hear her talk, and let me say this to you, Dana, real feminists, hardworking boss women who work their way to the top, who are intelligent, who studied hard to be where they are, to compete with men and really show out, they're offended by her. Okay, so because we keep saying, oh, the feminists and they're banking on the black female, they're banking on liberal white women. But the truth of the matter is, because I mean, I'm not a feminist, but I worked in corporate America and I worked around those type of women, and they are offended. I mean, have you heard people ask her a question and how she is unable to answer a simple question? So I personally think that some true feminists, Dana, are not going to, they're embarrassed by her. I mean, I don't know if anyone on the stage or any other intelligent, hardworking corporate women, what they would say about who she is. And one more thing, Dana, it might be my age group. When Judge Joe Brown is male chauvinist, I'm not offended by it. I know when to say, okay, because Dana, I know who I am, I know my capabilities, and I know what I bring to the table. You hear me, Dana? So sometimes I can say, okay, Judge Joe Brown, I understand. Strong women who know how to get where they need to go, they will know when to say when. They don't have to have the last word. Right, Judge Joe Brown?
Are you done? Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you mute up? And this is what I'm going to say to you and to anybody else. I just said the question was for me, and I want the last word, and I have that right. I get what you're saying, Just Sarah, and I really don't give a damn what generation you came from. The point that I'm making, and it's not directed towards one person, one man. I'm talking about men in general. Insert themselves in certain situations dealing with women as if they know best, which is why these women are blindly following Kamala Harris.
Because they're not very bright. They
And
should let him think that he knows best and let him
was
believe that.
directed for me, then I'm going to have the last word on that question. That's what I want, and that's what I'm going to get. So, Stacks, you have the floor.
Okay. How y'all doing tonight?
You good?
Okay.
I claim my position. I like being a woman, Dana.
I actually have
Wait, hold on for a second. If you like being a woman and playing your position, why don't you shut the fuck up? Because you always hop off your goddamn mic in every single space, every chance you fucking get. So you don't like being a woman if you think that's what being a woman is. Don't play with me. A woman is a lot of things. But what you are displaying is someone who's just fucking irritating sometimes. It has nothing to do with being a woman or being feminine or not.
Yes, Dana.
Go ahead, Stats. Because if you, again, interrupting, And so, which honestly, you are making Judge Joe Brown's point. You're making his fucking point. Not me, but you. Go ahead,
Yeah.
Stack.
Okay, so I have two questions. I have a question for the judge and I have a question for Dana. My question for the judge is I know you've been in spaces, so I'm guessing you probably haven't heard that Alex Jones just said that Robert F. Kennedy is dropping out and probably going to be on the cabinet with Trump and on Friday because he just came from something in Pennsylvania where the DNC is suing him to keep him off the ballot. So like he has a number of cases all over. I used to actually volunteer for the campaign. Now I volunteer for Trump. But I wanted to know your thoughts on Kennedy dropping out on Friday and giving his support to Trump and possibly being part of the cabinet.
That's a good outcome. That's a wise decision. It keeps his options for the future in reserve, and as he stands, he's got a good political future. So, yeah, that's a good thing. If you are old enough, you might remember Ralph Nader. Ralph Nader is famous for a number of things, and most of them, when you got around to it, other than the Ford Pinto situation, were absolute disasters. And the impact on outcomes was very poor. And he blocked the hell out of a lot of things that could have happened by the fact that he insisted on being a third party candidate. So, third party candidates tend to wreck the action and distract when they have no business being in a race at a given time. It's a protest, but the protest sometimes needs to be directed towards success or punishment, as the case may be. And I think that would be a good outcome if he did that. Now, there is that. The other point, too, is somewhere in here, people need to get the idea that when you put yourself in this kind of position, you need to be able to handle the worst outcomes. And you also need to have people who will follow you if those worst outcomes come to pass. Now, I won't go into my conclusions, but let me just say this. I don't care how nice certain people are. There's no way in hell you could get me to follow them. And there are a lot of reasons why that is just a product of nature as it happens to be. And when you forget that salient fact, you are getting way down a rabbit hole that's greased and you won't come back up. Now, that's all I got to say to that. But that's a good move if that's what Kennedy decided to do. Also, Elon Musk coming into Trump's cabinet would be a damn fine thing, too.
Yes, sir. And then when you understand, his vice president is actually best friends with Trump, or the person he was choosing to be his vice president, and she knows a lot about AI. She would be a great person to be in that candidate with this up and coming threat or possibly blessing that we're going to have. And I completely agree with you. Him dropping out and giving his support to Trump, knowing that he can possibly take from Trump's vote, shows that he actually cares about America. Now, my question to Dana is, like, being a woman and a pretty beautiful woman at that, if it was you in a dark alley with somebody with a knife trying to attack you, would you want me to be there to defend you, or would you want Judge Sarah to be there to defend you?
We have never seen
I
you.
was reading a
What you
comment
look like?
on.
What you look
I
like?
was.
I'm from the Bronx, New York.
Oh, you
brother.
asked Just Sarah. I'm sorry.
I'm from the
No,
Bronx,
no,
New
I
York,
was
brother. So
asking
you
you,
might
Dana.
want to think that again.
That
Oh, okay. So
I know
why
my
is Just
position,
Sarah
but I'm not the
talking?
one you want to fuck with either.
Wait, did you
ex-
ask Just Sarah a question?
no, I asked you the question, Dana.
Okay, what was the question?
The question was, if you were in a dark alley and you had somebody trying to rob you, would you want me to be there to defend you, knowing I'm ex-military, knowing I'm a man and I can do horrible things to a lot of people? Or would you want Judge Sarah, who kind of wishy-washes between you and the judge, to defend you?
If I'm in a dark alley and somebody is robbing me, so you're asking me, do I want you because you are ex-military or because you're a man?
But because I'm
He probably
both
wants somebody who's real
ex-military
secure. He probably
and
wants
a
somebody real
man,
secure like
and
me.
in the
'Cause I'm,
fact
I'm
that
I'm secure.
it's
I'm
it's
not
it's in my
insecure. And I'm
DNA
smart on the
to
feet. So
defend
No, it's not
women.
in your DNA, sir. It's not.
I'm
It's
smart
because
on my
Okay,
feet.
stop,
it's
stop,
not.
I'm
stop,
very
stop.
secure in
Sarah,
who I
Sarah,
Stop,
am.
stop,
please.
stop,
Why
stop,
I
stop,
don't know
stop talking
why did
over
you
each
even
other,
say her name,
everybody. One at
Stacks?
a time.
I,
One
I
at a
don't know why
time,
Stacks
please.
said her name. Like, because
One at a time.
so
I get the
I
point.
get
Let
his
me
point,
just
but
give
Because when
you
I
a
walk in
let
the
me
room,
give
the
you a
fame
so
Because
come.
factoid.
all
Let
right.
me give you a
I
That's
can't.
how
I
we know
factoid.
the
can't.
bitches
Well,
from
Judge,
the
Let me
men.
let
give
me
Because
you a
when I
answer the
walk in the
question
room,
factoid.
the
because the
fame
question's
come
for
out. That's how we
me.
know the bitches from the
Let,
men.
Let
let,
me
let, let
answer
me
the
give you a
question first.
factoid.
Can I answer the
Let me
question
give you a
first?
ladies, let
No,
me give you a
Judge, the
factoid, then you can
question was
run with it.
for
Will
me,
you
not Judge
please
Sarah.
stop
She
that?
keeps
See,
interrupting.
that's why women don't
I'm
need to be in
asking, I'm
charge in a
answering
combat
his question.
situation
Judge, please just
because of
stop for a
what you're
second.
doing. Now I'm going to add
No,
something
because
to
I
this, and
didn't
then you can
speak.
answer the
Judge,
question.
Judge Sarah jumped
Now,
in.
okay,
She shouldn't have been talking. That's what I'm saying.
okay.
She interrupted him again, and that's why I asked him, "Are you asking me the question?" He said yes. I didn't answer it yet because she keeps fucking interrupting. So do you want to answer the question before I answer the question he asked me?
I'm just going to give you a factoid, and you can run with the question. A close acquaintance of mine, her name is, let's say, first name Graciela. She happens to be a tenured professor with the State University of California. She was also a full contact karate fighter back when. She had 32 professional bouts. She won 28 of them by a knockout. She was one hell of an expert in Eskrima. Every time she got into a hostile situation, you know what she did? She'd call one or two of the men she knew to come handle the situation because she'd say, I'm a woman. I'm not dealing with this guy over here. This is not what I need to deal with. Now, this woman could probably kick ass more than 99.9% of the people on the planet because she was world karate full contact champion for women back when it was a serious form of combat. Now, go from there. That's all I wanted to add was just that factoid.
Well, I'm gonna move on to the next speaker
Now,
because I
oh,
dropped number one. I dropped Judge Sarah because she keeps fucking interrupting. And let me do a disclaimer because I always got to do this with a Twitter space. Every time we go over 2 hours, this always happens. I facilitate this X space. So some of you may have a problem when a woman is facilitating something. I really don't give a fuck because you don't know what to do. I do. So if you keep coming off your fucking mic, I don't care if you are a man or a woman, that's rude. You're messing up the flow. She does it every space. So when I go off or try to set somebody straight, people, oh, she's rude, blah, blah, blah. No, you don't know what to do, but you just want to run your goddamn mouth. And the shit is annoying. So when somebody asks me a question, and if you want to answer it, Judge, go ahead. Because it's about to be 1:30 in the morning. And what I'm not going to do is constantly be interrupted by a fucking peanut gallery and also by another host. So I'm not going to even answer your question, Stacks. Because apparently the judge answered it and he knows better. Even though a lot of you motherfucking men don't know shit. So I said to you, are you going to protect me because you a man or because of your military background? Because I know a lot of men who don't have a military background who I would not want to protect because they fucking can't. Whereas a woman who probably could protect me if she has a military background opposed to a man who doesn't, which has nothing to do with the fact of a woman being in leadership or being a fucking politician. But I see we're moving a goalpost right now at 1:30 in the morning. So I'm going to go to Trust because he was next in line. Then I'm going to go to Hot Boy, Brandon, and Jason.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'm going to actually add on to something that the judge said, respond to what he said, and also I want to ask him a question, and also offer you an apology because it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing, and it's not me simping. It's just embarrassing. It was a point in time when they used to think black people shouldn't be in government or any type of leadership. The fact that y'all saying this about women, when this is about who has the most brilliant mind, the best ideas, know how to hire the most qualified people and get the damn job done. There's a lot of women that's actually judges. Okay. So for the judge, for the fact that you can't even say, I got a daughter. My daughter might be president one day. And the fact that you would disrespect that badly is really shameful, even if it was a man. You know what? I hope she said whoever have a mind of a lion and not a sheep, because that's who can protect her, and I'm sure she can protect herself. I'm going to go ahead and add to what you were saying earlier about Nazi Germany. Now, if you know anything about Nazi Germany, they had a federal republic before Hitler took over. Hitler came in, all right, and he came in through a party. He actually ended up going to jail when he got out. Hitler came in yelling, screaming, not really giving any facts, but he was tapping into people's emotions. All right. And then when he did that and got people behind him, and some people were with him in the very beginning until he started talking about the same people he had a problem with, and things that affected some of those small, minute people in the crowd. They walked away from him. But the fact is, Hitler himself, when there was I believe they firebombed the building. Something happened. It was called emergency powers. Now, this federal republic was very similar, like our system. They had states, and they had states, or you can either have like Canada, how they have certain parts. I forgot the name of it. Provinces. All right. It was ran by a two-party system. Hitler, when they got this emergency powers, was able to take over that government and made it a one-party system. All right. And yes, he did kill a lot of people. All right. But the fact is how he went about doing it. Now, we only know it's only one person that screams, yells, lies. Also, Hitler used to say the media is the enemy of the people. Only one candidate says that all the time. And when he starts saying that, and also he questioned fair, free elections. He despised it. All right. There's only one candidate that despised that and always say, hey, it's rigged, it's false. And you being a judge, you should know this. Now, at the same time, we know what happened January 6th. As a judge, I'm shocked that you are okay with this. Judge, my question is to you. Would you, and you said the word nigga in here a lot, so I'm going to use the word cracker. Would you hire or vote for?
Well, he didn't say nigga. He don't say nigga.
I don't say that.
Oh, you said Negro. Nigga.
He said Negro.
I said nigga. Okay. If he's going to say the N, he say Negro.
Okay. So, and when I say cracker, I'm saying cracker as a racist white person, right? Not an average white person, but it's a racist one. I think we all know the difference because I'm sure you work with a lot of judges in Tennessee that was just like what I'm talking about. Would you vote for a cracker white judge to get in to office, knowing that he got 34 felonies against him? You think that's a great choice because you trumping really hard, and I'm confused. You being a judge, you sound like you have something going on inside you that's a little angry, and I don't know where it came from, but it's disappointing.
I'm angered at bullshit.
It's disappointing.
Now,
as a black man, is very, not just as a black man, but as a person in general, is disappointing. I don't know what happened and where you turned. Maybe you was just exposed to too
Wait,
much.
so what is your grievance with the judge?
What is
I think,
your question, or what do you want?
some of the things that he has said
What,
personally, the horrible things he said about not just Kamala, but about women in general. Like it's
Well,
sad.
he doesn't. Okay, so stop for a second because he never said nothing horrible about women. Kamala Harris is a politician.
Let me say Kamala. Kamala was actually at the top of her class. She's a very.
she wasn't at the top of
But
shit.
guess what? She obviously made it a lot further than you.
She fucked her way to the top. I was in that system. I went to the University of California, UCLA. I was a lawyer for 50 some years and a judge for a long time. I know a piece of shit when I see it. I had to deal with it in my courtroom where the ladies hiked their hemlines up trying to win the case. And I'd have to have my female bailiff bring them back to the court with the court reporter and say, we can't have that. We're going to deal with law, not hike him.
So what's the difference between her, okay, and somebody that done slept and cheated on all three of his wives and had baby mamas?
That ain't got shit to do with
Oh,
it.
see, okay.
How many women can one guy get pregnant, and how many men can one woman get pregnant by at the same
My
time?
problem is,
It's a hell of a difference between the cows and the bulls in a herd.
my problem is that this is
That's biology. You can't get away from that.
the BAG. She got 80,000 votes voted for her. All right, this is
what 80,000?
I'm talking about Kamala Harris. She actually knows what she's talking about. She can articulate.
That bitch doesn't know shit about
All
what
right.
she's talking
Because you
about.
are
She's giving you a bill of goods. I know what her subject is. I was a success in it.
Because
she fronted her way off. She hadn't done a damn thing. I'm listening to her, and I'm an expert in the subject. I'm saying you full of shit.
Listen, because you are on the other side, I just wish it would be so helpful to hear you.
Now, let me say this. You want to get on me. Let me tell you about some realities. Human beings have been anatomically modern, according to the fossil record, for about 250,000 years. We have been around for the last 25 or 30. And that isn't even a measurable percentage of 250,000 years. So you want to change the nature of humanity that is developed over 250,000 years for something that's happened over 25 or 30. Ain't no way ain't gonna happen. Bottom line is, you can go to a damn zoo, or you can go look at what they take with the documentaries out in a real live game preserve. If you're the alpha male and you're the primate, your job is to be between the threat and the rest of your pack. You get eaten up first, or you outsmart the danger and save the rest of your pack. So the bottom line is for 250,000 years, and for quite a few million before that leading up to it, humans developed into a situation where the sexual dimorphism that said men are bigger, stronger, and they have a different body build without so many delicate parts in it. We were the ones that got eaten up first. We were the ones that were in charge of saving the pack. That's what we did.
Well, guess what?
And you will take the instinctive, wait a minute, you will take the instinctive nature of that's what's wrong out here in the hood. There's no manhood in the goddamn hood. And what happens out there is all of these boys who do not have any father figure in their household, who have been raised like they're girls and not men, they don't know what the hell to do with their circumstances. Do you think that they are going to sit there, and if they got a little rumble going on or some shit going down, they're going to go follow one of their sisters into whatever in the hell this is? No, they won't. Look at the mafia. Do you think the mafia is going to sit there and follow some woman into the hell that they may get into? No. The military right now can't even match its recruitment quotients. And one of the reasons they can't, which they refuse to acknowledge publicly, is these boys are saying, hell no, I'm not coming in there for this kind of crap. That's like, and it ain't got nothing to do with being anything personal. It's like, I don't want to see any boy going around switching his ass off in a dress on and high heels, talking about he's a woman. I look at him like, you goddamn fool. And if a woman wants to sit up there and say, I'm G.I. Joe, not G.I. Jane, then what the hell?
I hear
it doesn't
and
work.
however, listen, I understand what you're saying. And look, That's not my fight either. I don't support that, right? The lifestyle. But that's other people's business. That's not my business. I don't.
That ain't
Hey,
other
hold on one
people's
second,
business,
Judge.
goddammit. We
Hold on
alive
one
in
second,
this
Judge.
sucker. We have
Hold on one
posterity.
second, Judge.
You want to learn to
At
speak
the
Mandarin
end,
Chinese in 25 years?
Judge,
Then go right
Judge,
ahead.
at the end of
We
the
have
day,
opponents in this world. They don't give a shit about
listen,
So we need somebody to be able to
listen,
handle
at
this. It
the
ain't
end
about
of the day,
we're being nice and polite, or we're
Judge,
being boule, little
Judge,
this, that, and the other.
no, it doesn't
It's
cost
about
you
folk
anything
in the
to be a
real
decent.
world do not give a shit.
Can I finish? It doesn't
And
cost,
that's who we have to deal with.
brother. It doesn't cost you anything to be a decent person. At the end of the day,
I am a decent
wait,
person. I sacrifice for folk.
sir,
I'm willing to stand up. I've gone out on a
sir,
limb for a lot of
the
people. I
fact,
put my life at risk
sir,
for the cause.
sir, the fact, and I'm not saying that you didn't, but all I'm saying is the fact is, if you're going to be the president, you have to be the president for all. The fact is that these days, certain families have these type of dynamics in them. And even though you don't agree with it, you still have to respect people. You don't have to go into the delusion of their world, okay? Because I believe it's delusion too. However, I don't have to disrespect them. You hear what I'm saying? This, you have to, I want somebody that's going to be the president for all and not just one party. That's what I'm interested in. All right. That's how America is supposed to be ran. And at the second hand, as far as women, all right, God chose a woman to bring the King of Kings into this world. Okay. So don't tell me about who or what could be strong or whatever. He chose a woman to do the job, brother. The biggest job that the world have ever seen. You can change
Yeah, wait a minute. Wait. Now, right there, put a hole right there. Do you think the Islamic community of the world gives a damn about
I'm Muslim. I don't live over there.
Yeah, but you have people controlling oil reserves. You have people over in the Middle East who are in a position to start the nuclear fuse burning. Do you think they give a damn about that?
Sir, we have a woman. We have a
See,
woman that's
you're here in the United States of America. Do you think those Arab leaders are going to give a damn about that?
We have a woman.
And what do you think's going to
Tell
happen
me
when
what-
you start
what do they do
trying to
with Germany?
face them down?
What do they do with Germany? Because there's a prime minister that's a woman there. So what?
Yeah, I know. And Germany is a piece of shit now. They got their ass
Hey,
kicked twice.
guess what? We're
They are a third world
the
country. They don't have
we're the
nukes.
most.
And the bottom line is, it's back to what you're talking about. You're talking about the Weimar Republic.
Can I just say
What
this?
you're talking
Germany
about
got
is
their
the
ass
beer
kicked when it
hall
was men
putsch.
in leadership too. Just a little FYI.
Yeah, you're talking about the beer hall
They
push,
did.
which was in the late 1920s.
See,
Hitler and his bunch were trying to stage a coup and overthrow the
that's
government.
what
He got
happened
put
in
in
January
jail
6th,
for that.
right?
When he got out, he played politics. He got elected.
That's right.
And what
January
happens
6th.
is you're talking about the burning of the Reichstag, where they made a big bunch of crap about it. And there is a parallel with that. It's called January 6th. And what happened after the burning of the Reichstag and January 6th in both instances is a denegation of the rights that the Germans had, a denegation of the rights that Americans have, a persecution where you started putting insane rules in place because you ramped up some shit that you engineered, not you, but the party in
That's
question
right.
engineered, trying to make it look like a threat to the nation so you'd get special power.
So that's
what lawfare
like
is about
Project
after
75.
January 6th.
That's like
34 counts, God damn it, I know this profession. And that judge is a piece of shit who was in on this. He didn't even charge the jury with the correct law. That damn 34 count conviction is not going to last
Listen.
one day into the appellate process. It's not
the
there.
fact.
And I know what I'm looking at. It's called lawfare. It's a corruption of the entire system that this country depends upon. And it is a crazy thing that's part of this by any means necessary. We will say, screw the American law, screw every damn precedent, because we have something that we want to achieve by any means necessary, and it's screwed up.
Judge, so
Now, that's where we
they
are.
want to say the entire system is corrupt by saving one man. One man that said one day
We're not saving one man. We're saving a whole
Hold on one
system.
second.
Trump
I'm
represents
sorry. Where are we
manhood,
talking
and the
about?
other side
I can't say nothing.
represents the effeminization of the country and the emasculation of the yin-yang principle, which does not work out right. It never has for
Judge,
any world society.
Judge,
And what you have is hard times breed strong men. Strong men create good times. Good times breed weak men. Weak men breed hard times. And it's a never-ending cycle. And what usually happens is when the hard times
Judge,
don't produce enough men
I
quickly,
agree
the
with you.
society
I agree
falls.
with
100 years ago, Britain was in the position the United States is in, and now look at it.
everything.
It's a third world
Hey,
place that wouldn't even be there if it didn't have a few residual halfway decayed nukes.
Judge,
All right,
everything.
Judge,
All
let
of its
let Trust.
colonies
He
are
wants to say
mightier than
something.
I'm
it
trying to
is.
speak, man.
Now, that's where we are right now.
Judge,
And I'm sorry, but I
Judge,
have nothing against
Judge,
women. I
I'm my
believe in
show.
protecting womanhood, but there's not
Judge,
one woman I'd follow into combat ever,
listen,
because it's my duty to protect them, not follow them into that.
Judge,
Now, that's just it. I know a lot of men like that say, I'd never follow a woman into a combat situation. No how, no way.
situation, okay, we're gonna have. Listen, I'm not gonna go there with you, brother. Listen, at the end of the day, Judge,
Well, you need to, because that's a reality. The Chinese,
Judge,
with 1
Can I
billion,
say something?
300 million people, started a man up campaign for its military. Russia, which has not had any active war until this one, where, by the way, they're getting their non-coms vetted and their senior officers vetted.
Wait,
They haven't
Judge,
either.
okay,
They got a
let
man
him
up
respond.
campaign.
Let him respond so I can get to the other callers. Go ahead and say something, Trust. Wrap it up because I gotta move on to the other speakers.
no problem. I'm concerned as an American, and there's a lot of Republicans that are concerned about this far right group called MAGA, of getting rid of the Constitution, which he has tweeted. You can go to his tweets. I can post it to the.
Bullshit.
I posted.
He never said that.
Him
Quit.
changing.
Get off of here with your lies, yo. He never
Look, is
said that.
Donald Trump working?
All right, listen.
He never said that.
Listen.
Not one place. And by the way, the point that we're making with you, most of the people on this space are Trump supporters. We're trying to say that we have a great fear that the Constitution is being corrupted. First, Second Amendment, the Fourth, Fifth, and the Sixth are being corrupted. Due process, which is also in the first 10, the Bill of Rights, and is applied to the states in the 14th Amendment, has been damn near destroyed. And we are looking at a group of goddamn treasonous bastards trying to destroy the Constitution of the country. But we assign it to the Democratic Party, not the Republican. And most of what you said is not true. Trump has never said that.
Right. So
he stood up for the exact same thing. So you just bought into what the propaganda engine is put up in front of you.
Yeah. So
that's not really what we need.
So 1 second. Trust, I need to move on to the next speaker, but let me say this to the speakers. Stay on your goddamn mic. Please. And I'm gonna start just being extra strict and just dropping people if you keep interrupting other people more than 2 or 3 times. I can't keep doing that with people. Just stay on your mic. Let people finish. Sometimes you gotta flush it out. So stop jumping in and out. Just stay on your goddamn mic. It's not that hard. It's not that goddamn hard. All right, let me go to Hot Boy. And before I get to you, Hot Boy, let me say this. Just because you was born with a dick does not make you a man. There are too many males today and not enough men. And trust and believe, when you sit up here and you have a problem with what I say or how I say it, I don't give a damn. I'm not talking to you, Judge. I'm talking to other people. I don't give a damn because you're not a man anyway. I look at a lot of you males just like that. You're males. So stop. So when you do hear the judge talk about manhood and man up, that you're listening to a man. And yes, there are still men out here. But all of you are not men. A lot of y'all are males, but you think you're a man because you have a penis, because the first thing you do, you resort, oh, she's emotional, she's this, she's that. And I can just tell that you're weak. So when you sit up here and ask me a question, and this, I'm not calling you weak stats, when you ask women a question, well, you want a man to protect you or a woman, in 2024, you got to look at it, well, let me see the woman and her skills, because a lot of you so-called males, because you're not a man, that's exactly what you are males, and you're cowards, and you don't even know how to defend yourself. How can you defend a woman? So stop acting like when you go out in society that you see all these prominent, strong men in the community, because you don't. And I don't give a damn if you disagree or agree. That's just what it is. Go ahead, hot boy.
Hey, and I appreciate you. I'm gonna go ahead and jump off, but Judge, I put it up at the top. That was Donald Trump.
Bye.
So you can call me a liar if you want. That was his tweet, not mine.
So
What are
anyway,
you putting up at the top? What am I looking at?
The fact that he said the Constitution needs to be, things need to be looked at and removed.
That's not what you said. He said that's not
He
what you
wants to
said. He
change
said.
the Constitution. He
All
wants.
right. So what it is, I'm going to read.
I'm going to read
it.
it.
Go ahead.
I'll read it. So, with the revelation of massive, widespread fraud and deception in working closely with big tech companies, the DNC, the Democratic Party, do you throw the presidential election results of 2020 out and declare the rightful winner, or do you have a new election, a massive fraud of, let's see, what does the rest of this say? This type and magnitude allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. Our great founders did not want and would not condone false and fraudulent elections. Now, okay, that's supposed to be what it is. Our great founders would not condone fraudulent and false elections. That's throwing out the Constitution.
And we know, I highlighted it, but we know that it was a fair election. He just never liked the result.
It wasn't a fair election.
God damn it, right here in Shelby County, where I live, the Justice Department issues a quarterly report. Since 2000, they've said there has not been a fair and valid election in Shelby County because the damn machines are corrupted. They issued a report in January 21 that said, first, the election was substantially legitimate with no significant fraudulent episodes. Okay, fine. 2 days later, they issued the quarterly report for Shelby County, and it said, quote, once again, the voting machines in Shelby County, which includes Memphis, Tennessee, were corrupted due to being hacked, and the election was not valid. So which one are they telling the truth on?
No problem, but apparently that same rigged election actually got him elected in 2016. So I guess
no, it didn't.
He didn't get it.
No, it did not. That same rigged election did not get him elected. You're not even using words the way they're.
The Electoral College.
Hot boy, if you hop off your mic again, I'm just going to drop you from speaker.
Okay, look. Thank you, Dana. But here, look, the Electoral College is in place for a good reason. You can't think of this as a homogenous country. You think of 50 states in the Union. Each one of those states is a sovereign entity that gave up a percentage of its sovereignty to be part of a collective. Think Euro Union, think France, think Germany, think Italy, think Greece, think Turkey, which over the last 2,000 years have shed a lot of each other's blood at war. They did not give up their sovereignty, but they joined the Euro Union and have a common passport, a common money, a common parliament, but they are still sovereign. The United States of America, a state being a nation, could be articulated as the United Nations of North America. So when you have this electoral college, you have a situation where do you think that Germany would give up everything that might come out of Berlin because something came out of Rome and Italy? No, it does not. You cannot expect Texas, you cannot expect Alabama, Mississippi, Georgia, North Carolina, Tennessee, Michigan, Ohio to say we will allow ourselves to be controlled by the state of California. That's why we do not base our selection of the chief executive officer of this country on what the majority rule is. We base it on what happens with the electoral colleges results, because this is a setup where we have independent sovereign entities, 50 of them, and each of them has a process that they go through to send their representatives to a meeting where they decide who's going to be the chief executive for this whole thing. A lot of people get it wrong and say the United States government is a corporation. No, it's not. But corporations, which were not in existence when the country was founded, are in fact modeled to a great extent upon the US government. So corporations function like the US government. And you can think of the Electoral College as a board of directors. You can think of the people that elect the board of directors or the Electoral College as the voters, whether they are taxpayers or whether they are stockholders.
All right.
The board of electors selects the chief executive, who can be the CEO of a corporation or the president of the United States of America. And so what happened in 2016? No, Hillary Clinton got a damn popular vote, but that's not what's going on, because we don't want another civil war, literally. So the Electoral College said, Donald Trump has it.
All right. So
and that's the way it works.
I'm gonna go to Hot Boy. I'm gonna go to Jason, and then that's gonna be it for the night. Go ahead, Hot Boy. And matter of fact, Hot Boy, make it quick.
Matter of fact,
make it quick, because you kept jumping off your mic.
You told me it was my turn to go, and then you allowed the other person, which is Trust, to continue to talk during my allotted time.
Are you gonna cry like a baby?
You got it now. You got it.
Excuse me?
Are you gonna cry like a baby, or are you gonna talk?
I am not gonna cry like a baby, but I'm gonna use that to make a perfect example. That right there demonstrates why women should not and cannot be leaders. See, at first, I was gonna say that women should be.
Let me mute his dumb ass for a minute, because when I went to him, but then I put you aside because the judge was speaking, which made them two go back and forth. But before that, dumbass, you did get off your mic. You actually got off your mic twice before I actually came to you, and then when I cut you off to go straight to the judge. So don't sit up here and act like you got off your fucking mic once, and that was me interrupting you. So you better say what you was originally going to say and get off whining like a bitch. And that's exactly what I'm talking about, males compared to men. So you ain't come up to say that. So come up to say what you were originally going to say.
Dana, how do you know what I was coming up to say? I actually wanted to say that, but I also wanted to
you was talking about Republicans. You wasn't talking about women and why women can't be in leadership. So say what you was going to say.
That's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about. But I'm saying, though, that demonstrates.
No, it doesn't demonstrate, because the first thing you did say was, well, I'm going to use it as an example. An example of what? Of your bullshit behavior, jumping off your mic twice? Before I even came to you, you jumped off your mic twice. So whatever happens after that is voided.
An example of why the world collectively don't appoint women as their leaders. Not too many women.
Why are you complaining about women like a bitch?
I'm not complaining.
Yes, you are.
I'm telling you.
You are complaining like a bitch about women. Now, you see, when me and the judge was going back and forth, you know what the difference was? He wasn't fucking arguing with me. He kept saying, he stood on what he was saying, 10 toes down. He didn't give a fuck how I felt, but he didn't say that. He let me speak, but he still stood. He didn't argue. Why are you fucking bickering?
Yeah, I mean, the reason why the world at large doesn't want to have women in leadership role is, as I always said, the best indicator of future behavior is past behavior. And in the past, most empires and nations that were headed by women have crumbled because very minor things, like they don't let minor things go. That's not good
Neither
for
do
a
you.
nation.
So would you,
Everything.
are you a leader? You think you're a better leader than a woman?
I think I'm a better leader than most
Do
people
you think you're a better leader
on
than a
earth.
woman?
Yes,
But
I
you
do.
are displaying women tendencies because you ain't letting shit go.
Well, that's it
So
depends
how
on who
can
you
you be
ask.
a
That's how
better
you
leader
feel.
than a woman when in fact you are acting like a woman?
That it depends on who you ask. You
No,
feel
I'm
like I'm
telling
acting
you.
like a woman.
And I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure there are
but
other people that
there's
will
8
agree
billion
that you're
people in the
acting like a
world.
woman right now. Because you are so
Yeah,
caught up.
that's how you
You're
feel.
so caught up with what I'm saying, trying to make an
I'm just trying to
example of
finish
why women are not leaders. But guess what? I'm leading this space. I facilitate this space. You don't.
You do facilitate the
You
space,
don't.
but yeah, well, that's not really.
No, that is really
That really
because it
doesn't
doesn't
rise
matter
to
how
the level
big.
of
It
the
doesn't matter
leadership
how
that we're
big or
talking
how
about. We're
small
talking about
it
leading
doesn't matter
nations.
how big or how small the position is. It's still a position of authority that you don't have. You don't have any authority. And that is part of being a man. And you don't have that quality. And again, when it's your time to speak, you want to focus on women and complain. Not even make a statement. You want to fucking complain. And then y'all get mad.
Well, the space is about women
No,
and leadership.
no, dumbass. The space is not about women. This is not what the space is about. You wasn't even paying attention. That's not even in the goddamn title. You heard a conversation with me and a judge with our little whatever, but we could do that, which has nothing to do with the goddamn space. So that's why I said, come up here, say what the fuck you was going to say, and move on.
But as a real man, what I don't do is I don't take orders from bitches. Bitches don't tell.
Then leave, bitch. Get the fuck out my space. Because that's the order I'm fucking giving you. So you either gonna stay up on this panel like a bitch, or you gonna get the fuck up out my space. Either way, you taking an order, bitch. You see how that shit works? You see why you are not a man, but a weak ass male? And I'm gonna always be an authority over you. And you're gonna hate it. And you're gonna whine like a bitch. And nothing is gonna change. So take my orders. Leave or fucking stay on mute. See how that shit works? Can I do that to Judge Joe Brown? Absolutely not. But I could do it to your bitch ass. You see how that power structure just reversed? Power that you never had, but you was born with a dick. Because you don't know when to shut the fuck up. And you don't know how to be a man and just get to your point and keep the shit moving. Go ahead, Jason.
Hey, Dana, rethink your party association. 99% of men think like that there. Real talk.
Think like what?
Think like how these guys talking. If you black, female, Republican, the party ain't gonna elect a black or female in another 200 years. I'm telling you right now. That's just how they think. They may not tell you. They take your vote support, but they're making decisions about you. You might have a voice, but you ain't gonna have no power like that. So that's just
Power.
what
I don't understand.
I'm
Who is
saying.
that talking? Is that you, Trust?
Yeah, that was me. I was just
Oh,
sneaking.
okay. So I'm sorry. I did say Jason, but Jason, you dropped down a listener. I did say Jason, but maybe Jason picked speaker by accident. I didn't ask the peanut gallery, i.e. Trust. I didn't ask you to speak, did I? I didn't ask you to get off your mic, but you did. Okay. Fucking hard-headed. we're about to wrap it up. King, you sat down there and requested for a very long time because, you know what I'm saying, you needed to chill out for a minute. I think this was a very productive space. 5 hours. 5 hours. Because there will not be no space next week. Anything you want to say in closing, Judge? You're muted.
I'll speak for him if you want.
No.
I've unmuted. This is going to be very interesting. I don't think I've seen this kind of animus coming from both sides in a long time. I'm sure there are people out there who are neutral, but it's getting awful loud, the clamor. And again, we've got two distinctly and diametrically opposed positions here. Which one prevails is going to be interesting. And I don't think we're going to get any state seceding from the Union. We're not going to have that kind of civil war, but I do think it's likely to get quite ugly. And you are going to see a distinct difference when it comes to what happens when somebody feels safe about getting bailed out of jail because they want to burn something down and they've got an organization that's been stockpiling bricks and concrete blocks and other things to throw and feel better about it, when you're going to have a lot of people who are on one side that have the overwhelming majority of the 26 million semi-auto carbines had been sold in the last several years and in possession of the overwhelming majority of the 400 some million firearms that exist in the United States. I think that's going to be fairly interesting if it goes there. And we have a situation where I don't think either side is going to accept that the other side validly won this election, or will, if not that, fail to understand what the Electoral College does. But one side has most of the armaments and the other does not, because they think, well, we shouldn't have them, so they're willing to give theirs up and the other one's not. So it ought to be quite interesting. But like they say, living in interesting times can be very exciting, but not in a way a lot of people would like. Now, personally, I don't have anything against women. My motto for the last 55 years has been protecting womanhood and promoting manhood. But I don't particularly like males flip-flopping around who don't have the title of man that is appropriately attached to their name or names, and they're acting like girls, switching, twitching, and with makeup on and all that other stuff. And I don't particularly like the females who run around without having paid the dues it takes to be a woman and trying to act like they're guys either. You see, humans work well in a social environment where both sides do their part. It's sort of accepting something that nature dictates. There are exceptions. It's like, look at that yin yang symbol where it looks like two drops of water, one white, one black, and where one is thickest, the other is thinnest, and vice versa. That stands for the thing that there are some things that women can do extremely well and men can do a little, and there's some things women can do exclusively and men can't do at all, and the same thing on the other side when it comes to men. And we work together as a race a species, and it has moved us from cave to condominium, from trudging in our bare feet across a harsh landscape to flying where we go. And it could take us a lot further, but somewhere in here, you have to get the idea that there's a chance 50-50 of you coming out one way or the other. And when you take that chance, you just have to rise to the occasion and perform your duty and understand that you might have boy children, might have girl children. So the next generation, it might be a male instead of a female, or it might be a female instead of a male. So each thing comes in its due time, but we do have obligations and accountabilities, not just to ourselves, but to the people that depend on us and to the human race at large. And one of the things that history reveals is that no society has an assurance of permanence, and they wax and they wane, they disappear and they appear. So we can disappear or we can prevail. The choice is ours. Now, as I said earlier today, it is a bad thing when you start guiding what you do off of hatred of self and circumstance. And that's different from saying duty, honor, obligation requires, but it's not just all about what you want, it's what is required for the human race to remain. And as far as the rest of the human race goes outside of your small part of it, well, you might want to teach your children to appreciate the merits of learning Mandarin Chinese or Russian, because that might be the language of the future, not English. You might want them to be able to calculate the decimal system when it comes to meters and liters instead of miles and gallons, because that's the way of the world. And you might want them to start thinking in alternatives to dollars, because we've got BRICS: Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, and a bunch of others that are trying to destroy our hegemony in the economic sphere. If we don't start accepting our responsibilities and our accountabilities, we're going to lose it. And we'll be just like Great Britain, once the world's mightiest and largest empire, and now third rate. Canada is more powerful, Australia, New Zealand, India, Pakistan, South Africa, Kenya, Nigeria, they're all more powerful than England. England has a few decrepit nukes, and that keeps it up there. They have a James Bond thing with MI6 or not MI5, but they're a dead issue. And we deal with a decrepit monarchy that's arguing over what little tabloid situation is going to do what scandal is going to be most interesting. Meanwhile, we've got deadly serious Xi Jinping and Putin and Rocket Man in North Korea, the Arabic sheikhs who run the Middle East, the Israelis who are dedicated to a certain proposition. And the world does not work like it is the United States of America. It's much more ruthless. And you don't get to write a book and get $5 to $10 million for it. You get put on a wall and hold it up for a short while before you know more. So we better start rethinking how we conduct ourselves. But that said, it's been interesting. I enjoyed the fire.
That's it.
Maybe we can do better. Maybe not. It's up to us. That's it.
I wish he'd land his plane a little bit.
It's always a
Why do you
nigga.
wish I'd land my plane?
Why is he gotta be a nigga? Trust, I think you are a paid Democrat shell. You tried to, and the only reason why you jumped off your mic like a nigger, because you think by inserting your rhetoric at the end that you was gonna like fuck up the vibe, but you didn't. Niggas can't fuck up
Look,
shit.
can I say something here just very briefly? Son, you haven't paid the dues I've paid. You probably piss your pants if you went through some of the things I went through, done some of the things I did. You haven't demonstrated a reason to respect your opinion yet in the ways of the world and the test of time and whether it works or not. So you might do better to listen and not be so cocksure that you take what is to me and probably the others listening an unmanly position. It's about manhood, and Dana has broached it. Just because you got a dick doesn't make you a man. You have to back that up with a behavioral thing and pay your dues and demonstrate that when the shit hits the fan, you'll still be ready to hang in there and do what you got to do. Now,
And
you're
FYI,
giving me the party position, and it ain't cool. And by the way, the Democratic Party knows the Negro because they're the party of enslavement, and they've got lots of experience in managing slaves. So be careful; they might be managing you.
and FYI,
Now,
he don't have to land his plane because this is his space. I just help facilitate it. But whatever.
now,
So 5 hours.
and
I think this was a good space.
enjoy yourself. I'm trying to help you. I made it in life. I'm an old man. I still get the nookie I want to get. And I've had a lot of it. And they're beautiful, intelligent women. And I've proven to myself that I'm not going to run from any damn thing. I don't have any questions about it.
And he ain't
And
following
if I
no
gotta go,
woman.
I'd rather go to, if I gotta go, I'd much rather go to Valhalla than die up in a sick bed.
Let me ask you this though. Let me ask you this. If you had a choice to go to Valhalla or follow a woman and live forever, what would you do?
I'll go to Valhalla.
You'll go to Valhalla, okay.
Well, frankly, just a brief explanation on that. If your lifetime has been spent protecting womanhood, what are you going to do abandoning it later on where you're letting the woman go out and risk her life to protect yours because as a man, you're expendable. Women are a valuable resource when it comes to perpetrating humanity on the future.
One more question.
Absolutely necessary.
One more question.
But go ahead.
Okay. Would you rather go to Valhalla or have a woman be president?
I'll take Valhalla. Because first off, the woman would be somebody that would lead in Valhalla, and no, that's not your job. See, you got to have those babies and raise them, and you're absolutely vital for the next generation of humans. Now, one guy can impregnate a bunch of women, but you women are the ones that have to deliver the babies.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to be the mothers. And humanity depends upon you absolutely for its continued existence. We can do the impregnation and then die to protect you. We're expendable.
Right.
Totally.
Well, with that, I appreciate you, Judge. No space next week because you are out of town on your Hollywood promotion.
Ain't Hollywood.
I know.
Baltimore.
Independent black film. Independent black film. So no space, but we will be on YouTube this week Thursday, and because you're going to be out of town on next week. But thank you, everybody. All the speakers that came up, really appreciate you guys. Great conversation, very productive, and always the judge is great, it's fabulous, and everybody that's listening, appreciate you. You have the last word, Judge.
Hey, enjoy yourself. Think clearly. Be prepared to do what you need to do. Anyway, enjoy your week.